Good morning. Welcome to Nyngan 2026. This is the Australian Enduro Utility Championships Top 15. This is where the pressure builds this morning. We have got our judge, Jeff McDougall from Hay, very, very experienced dog handler. He's our judge today for this top 15. This 15's come out of
35, I think.
100 dogs, I think, were entered in this open. So first on course, we have got Gary White with White's Billy. Those that noticed what Gary just did there, this is a no collar trial. So all dogs must be out not wearing a collar. 15-minute course. 3 sheep to come out. They're on the course. And we've called time on. Lovely morning here at Nyngan. Not quite as cold this morning as it has been the last morning. So sheep have been very, very workable, but also very testy. A reasonable cast and lift. Bumped them across the side there fairly hard, so that'll be a deduction in points. Just try and get these sheep to settle a bit. Got a pretty good recovery. So we had our interstate challenge last night for those that were online. Once again, Adrian Carpenter out of Tasmania has taken the interstate challenge back to Tasmania for the 3rd year in a row. Billy's just lost sight of the other one here. Oh, there he might have just picked it up. And unfortunate for Gary, that's a cross. Gary was sitting on one of the top scores going into this morning too. So it's anybody's game. So 73, it's over the 3 rounds, 3 scores added together. So 73, so after the top 15, then we go into a top 7. It's very, very unfortunate for Gary this morning. That is how the weekend has been playing out for a lot of handlers. Sheep, if you just put a little bit too much on them, they don't forgive you.
And have you had any of those experiences?
I've had plenty. I've had plenty.
I think we all had a couple.
Yeah. Yep.
So how many dogs has Gary got in this final today, Tony?
Just looking through the draw, Gary's got another 2 to go. So
and what's the strategy when you're entering your dogs? Do you put your best dogs first, or what's the order? Do people have a strategy around that?
Yeah,
trying to get them in the draw.
Yeah, you try and usually you put your better dogs at the back end, in the hope that you've had a few more runs, you've got a couple of cobwebs out of your system. You've got a feel for how the sheep are playing, how the ground's playing, what's happening when it's windy. But then that doesn't always play out. Like Billy's come out and he put a cracking score on. He was the first dog out in the open on, when did we start? Thursday morning. And he just penned straight up. So you just don't know how it's going to play out. You've just got to deal with what's in front of you. Whatever the sheep present, that's what you got to play with. And that's part of what makes it fun, is that you can't really have, you can have preconceived ideas on how you're going to play the game. But once those sheep come out, it's only them and your dog out there that you've just got to deal with what's been put in front of you. And that's what makes the top handlers. They're very, very flexible. They have a plan, but they're very, very flexible to be able to change their strategy on the run to what's going on. So if they're soft sheep, they might lift their game up a bit. If they're really, really flighty, they might need to back off a couple of gears and get some more distance. So,
have you been able to watch any of Danny's runs this weekend? Danny coming up?
Danny has been cracking it around the course. He's got a few in this final, in this top 15 too. So on course, we've got Danny Kerr with his dog Maisie. So So Danny was actually managing a very prominent horse stud in the Hunter, and he's just had a change of lifestyle. So I'm guessing he's getting a fair bit of time to train a few dogs. He's been on going very, very well.
And we all know good horse people make good dog people.
Well, that's to be argued. Yeah, I'm married one, and I don't know whether that's the case. I know, call time on. Beautiful run out. Beautiful. So I want nice even pace running out. Get round to the point of control. Just probably bumped him a little bit on the top end of the cast there. There's a little command. He pulled him very, very hard on one side just to try and preempt what that sheep was going to do, and it actually bumped him back a bit too hard. Oh, this is fraught with danger. Danny can recover from a sticky spot. He has got a great handle on his dogs. Just going to see if he can get the two back with the one. As long as that dog, yeah, puts a stop on him. Hope that sheep doesn't. Oh, he hasn't picked up one. And so the dog hasn't actually crossed the sheep. The sheep has crossed the dog. So Danny winning the score at 47. Now, even though these dogs have got crosses, we'll see how the day plans out. They may still make the top 7 with these, depending on what happens with the other competitors in the top 15.
How hard is it, the decision when you're out there to, when the sheep split like that, to let the dog make the choice on what it should do over what you think that you should command it to do?
Well, if I replayed, I think Danny would probably, if he had his time again, he probably wouldn't have called that dog hard to the right-hand side straight up, and that's probably where he let it go. So that's the challenge, to knowing your dog, knowing his strengths and weaknesses, knowing what he's capable of, and knowing what he does during the day, like on a Monday to Friday when he's at work or when you're playing with him. So next on course, we've got Greg Walton and Louis. Greg comes from Penrith. And Greg is running second in the New South Wales Utility Handler of the Year at the moment. So he's he told me last night he's come third 3 times in the New South Wales, second 3 times in the New South Wales Championship Utility. He'd love to put a good score on the board. So what it does is it changes the dynamics with the first 2 runs getting no scores. Handlers start to go, righto, I just need a score of any description. Maybe not a pen. You know, I was thinking this morning, righto, we've got to go in and he's got to play for the pen, because to get the pen sort of sets you up for the next round. But the dynamics might just change a little bit. Handlers might be thinking, no, we just need to go and get a score of any description. So Greg's gone in with the first round score of 64. So he's up there in the top players. So he'd love to be able to put one on the board. So early morning too, these sheep are feeling fairly fresh. So they've been standing in the yard there last night, ready to go.
Still some frost on the ground.
Yeah, but they're like us. Get up in the morning, they want to go somewhere, want to go and do something. So they're ready to get out and go and start grazing. So they can have a bit of freshness in them.
Tell us a bit about our Opens judge here this weekend. Had a bit of a challenge on his hands.
It's always a challenge judging. You think he's been out there for 3 mornings. So the format we've been running, Greg's just coming up to the starting peg here. So in the mornings we've been running the Open, in the afternoons been running the Novice. And when you're judging over 3 days, it's really, really important to stay consistent. So I know he's got the flag, looking for the sheep to be released. Jeff's done a lot of judging over the years. Lives at Hay now. Spent a bit of time at Nyngan. Spent a bit of time at Mungandai. But originally a Queenslander, which there was a bit of hackling going on last night at the Interstate Challenge, and I do believe he was one of the Queenslanders being a bit vocal. Righto, Louis got his cast. Greg's whistle's there. He's probably a run-out whistle, but also a breakout whistle at the same time. There's a nice little introduction. And the dog just waits, and them sheep learn, oh, you're a nice dog. I like you.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference when they come in like that, and they're like, the sheep look at them and they kind of have that connection.
Yep.
And they start off real good. I mean, we don't want to give the commentators cursing.
No, that is. It's no different when you meet people. If your first introduction isn't a pleasant one, you remember it very well. Greg has a beautiful handle on his dogs. A nice little bit of footwork by Louis there. Just a little bit of weight. See that front sheep, his head's up there. He just needs the ear turned, and he just dropped his head a little bit. So there's lots of little mannerisms that the sheep do that the handlers look for to see whether they're feeling pressure or they're feeling relaxed. So the ears flipping around on this closest sheep to the camera here, that just means he's just not comfortable. Very aware of what's going on. And he's like, well, I'm going to hide behind my other two mates. So if you've got the handle, often you might want to see if you can wrap that fella up in the middle with the other two.
And yesterday you were talking about dogs, that thinking dogs. Do dogs that are thinking dogs have that ability to pick up on the behavior of each one of the individual sheep in this kind of scenario?
Oh, yeah. The dogs, I think you could put 20 handlers out there, and one dog probably knows more than 20 handlers put together. The good dogs, the top dogs, they read stuff, they understand. You watch how often a dog will preempt a move by a sheep. A dog will go, right, I'm stepping to the right, and the sheep hasn't actually moved, but it's thought about that move, and the dog will preempt that move. And how they read that, I don't know. But that's why we employ them, because they know more than us. If they weren't so good at that, you'd just go and get a whole heap of jackaroos and run out there to do it.
Or ranches, like in the States.
Yep. So he's just getting him into the hair. He's got him across the corner of his delivery square, got him on the good side. So he just wants to get him shaped up so they actually probably see him leave. 9 metre square.
So just explain this 9 metre square for people at home that don't watch the utility trialling.
So 4 discs on the ground. I think you can only see 3 of them, and the peg where Greg was standing. So there's a 9 metre square, and you stand right in the middle of it. So once they come into that square or pass through it, ideally they'll come in and then come out the front, which that is just about perfect what he did. He probably lost a point when they stepped back out over that square.
And then the yellow pegs are 9 metres apart as well.
So it's a 9 metre by 9 metres. So every 9 metres he walks, those sheep should stay within the 9 metres of him. And then they're probably just can't quite see that. No, they're still in it there. So as soon as they step over that line, a point is deducted. In a lot of ways, utility judging is quite simple. That it's very clear lines to, yes, there's a point and there's another point. So you've got back till the second marker to be able to move these sheep around in here with no loss of points. So they can go forwards and backwards, no loss of points, as long as they stay within that. It's probably more like an 18. It's probably not 18 metres, but it's 2 squares because the first square is a bit short. It'll be 12 or 13 metre square by 9 metres. So if they drop out around the corner, it's loss of points. That's a lovely bit of work there. Head's come up. One's had a little break. So there's a couple of things there. The dog actually didn't get that sheep back in, but he knew that he was trying to catch the one to try and prevent these other 2 going out there, which got to consider where the handler's standing now. He's about to lose sight of these sheep as they drop behind the hessian. So there's a lot of trust put in your dog.
This is kind of where you really see the skill come in and the trust with the handler and the dog, right? When you kind of, like, a lot of people will lose control of the dog when they can't see it in that kind of scenario.
Yep.
And the fact that he's got control the whole entire time and the dog's kind of trusting, and it's a reciprocal relationship there.
It is, and that's the good dogs. If you like to use the expression, if you drop the reins and let them have their head, they need to be responsible for what they're going to do. They need to know that default mode is just grab those sheep, hold them together, and either hold them or bring them back to their handler. And then the handler then can start to steer them once they've got them back. So there's a lot left up to the dog. And the dogs know what's going on. They're seasoned dogs, these dogs in this top 15. Righto, so he's just got to go and put his 15 sheep in with his 3. And then we start the yard section. So we are allowed to have crosses in the yard. We aren't allowed to have any crosses in. A couple of other things that they've stipulated is any loss of sheep outside the yards is immediate disqualifications. But if a sheep jumps within the yards, then that's just a loss of a lot of points.
And we did see some sheep jumping from the paddock into the yard last night. Just different form of entry.
Yeah, so that's play on, but you do lose points for it. So anything that's not considered perfect. So even there, he's come off course. They should be going to the gates. The judge would see that's not exactly where he wanted them to be. Got to remember these sheep haven't been around the course yet this morning. So there's a bit of call it luck, call it good management, whatever, luck of the draw, that these sheep would have been put around the course by people this morning, but not by dogs. So as we get further into the rounds, these sheep have been around the course more. Now that might help, it may not. They may get tougher as it goes on, and they may get easier. We just don't know that. Beautiful control Greg's got here. He's just asked him to go up and clear that gate. He locks his gate back, takes a step back. Bit of punch. Beautiful. Could not ask for more to do that. This is what we love about utility, is not only have you got the softness and the control outside, but then you've got the let's get on with it and let's get these sheep processed to what do we do on farm. So this is all representation of what we do during the week. So simulating, so if we've got to put sheep up a drenching race to give them drench, or branding race, or fly control, or whatever we may have to do with them, needling them, we put them up a drenching race.
And what's the draft today?
And now the draft will be the last 3 have got to go out to the outside. He gets his gate set. This is what we do work if you're weaning lambs or you're sorting out sale sheep. We put a lot of sheep through the draft. So this is all just a simulation of what we do at work. Got a couple of lookers heading through. That's nice. Bark really helped him. That's a tool he's got in his toolbox. Be able to switch it on and switch it off. If you just have bark all the time, it can become numb and the sheep actually start to ignore it.
Like teenagers.
Teenagers.
Their parents.
Yeah. So you've got to leave the course how you found it. So all the gates need to be shut as they were. Takes a little bit, you think, oh, that's a simple thing. But as Greg's going through there, he's thinking about lots of things. He's thinking about shutting his gates, keeping his dog sitting there. How am I going to play this? How do I go softly? How much time have I got left? He would have had a little sneaky look at his clock. He's probably got a talking timer on. Probably told him how much time he's got. He's 5.5 minutes to go. I would say that's, if it all goes to plan out here, that's probably enough time to get to the pen, but it's all got to go to plan.
And this is one of the trickiest parts of the course.
This is hard in the mouth, sort of, and especially when the sheep go to the left like that. Yeah, oh, that's nice. Just sneak his dog out around. So what he's got to do, he's got to bring them back in the corridor amongst those yellow markers, which he's got them there now. He's got till the second one before he leaves that position. You'll see some dog skills come here. Just putting a reverse on him and getting him out, getting him off. That's to give them sheep relief. And that's nearly exactly where he wants them. He was going to be able to try and get them sheep just on his right-hand hip. And if you can get him to walk along with him. So that also means that Greg can almost be, oh, yeah, nearly. He doesn't want to go too far. Otherwise, that's leaving his sheep behind. He's got to keep these sheep to catch up to him. Otherwise, he's probably losing a point there.
I think what's interesting to watch as well is we were talking last night about some of the dogs, they come out of the yard and they've just had like this real intense kind of close quarters moment, and they come out and the best ones can settle straight down and just adjust their temperament straight away, like what we've seen here.
It's been high and low, yeah. And you noticed that a little bit when them sheep were challenging him up. He came in and he just bullied them sheep a little bit, just said, no, I'm running the show here. But then once he got the desired result, he's softened. So them sheep go, if I come off you, I get relief. He's got one there challenging him a little bit, which can help you sometimes because at least there you can back him up. If you can get him in front and hopefully his mate looks at the gap. But sometimes that's almost better than one just running around and around aimlessly around the obstacle. And Louis got these right in. He's right up on the bit here. And you notice how close that dog is there to get the result that he wants, and he's just got to cover that other side. That's a nice bit of work. So the judge here today is Jeff McDougall from Hay. A lot of judging experience, Jeff, in utility, cattle trialling, yard trialling. So he's actually got him to that obstacle with no loss of points. Might have lost a couple coming down that alley there going to the... He's just had to give him a little bit of a don't argue and say, let's get on with it. But by doing that, he's probably just upset him a little bit. So this is the challenge you have, is how much to put on and when to put on.
So just under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, so the gamesmanship begins about here. Handlers look at their clock and go, righto, well, every time I go around that yard, it's 3 points, or get past, once they come past the end of a wing, it's 1 point. So you think, well, I've got a minute and a half left to do. He's probably thinking, righto, I can't get the pen, but this obstacle's worth 8 points. So you go around that obstacle 3 times, you've lost 9, or you get the obstacle and you get 8, or you don't lose the 8 on your final score. So there's a bit of maths goes on in the handler. He'd like to be able to set him up in front of this obstacle and have a crack at it. If you think you can't get a crack at it, maybe you're better off to just try and conserve a few points.
And look, he's already ahead in this round. He's the only one up to this point.
There's a lot of dogs to come yet. So
yeah, we've got Adrian Carpenter up next as well, winner of the Interstate Challenge last night.
Winner of the Interstate Challenge. He has got runs on the board, so he'll be feeling fairly confident. He had a bit of luck there. One sheep came back through that race backwards, which then that sheep's figured out, there is a gap. So now they know there's a gap there. There he goes. Just duck him around the other side. So the one that went through is the one there saying, well, I've been through here, mates. Just got to tack the other 2 on. He was thinking about going through there. So the mind games that go on, once those sheep beat the handler and dog down one side of that race, they know that that's an escape route. So when you approach these obstacles, often you're trying to think about, Where you put a dog to take that option away from them, rather than making them go through the middle, you actually take all the other options away. And that's time for Greg. That's going to be a pretty tidy run still. It's put a score on the board, so he'll be pretty happy with that, especially with this morning's form on a few dogs not getting a score. I you got that.
So what do you know about Tumut Valley Sioux?
I was just trying to figure out on my thing, I haven't got the surname. Tumut Valley Sioux. So Tumut Valley would have been bred.
First score on the board this morning was a 37 for Greg Walton and Louis.
So Greg Walton and Louis, 37. So that's an aggregate. So I think he came in with a 67 or something like that to start with. Tumut Valley, so prefixes. So we've called for the sheep out. So a lot of dogs have a prefix, which the prefix tells you who the breeder was. Off the top of my head, Alan Rudder. Someone might be correct if I'm wrong on that, but Alan Rudder's no longer with us. He was a long time trialer, very, very good trialer, won a lot of Australian yard dog championships, was very, very capable of utility. So this dog's got a power of breeding behind it and a good man steering it. So Adrian comes from down Cressy in Tasmania, runs a place, I think, about 50,000 acres, a lot of cows, and a lot of sheep. So these dogs, even though they'll be out here and they'll show some finesse, they are genuine work dogs and they are on the tools every day of the week.
50,000 acres, that'd be all of Tassie, wouldn't it?
There's some big places in Tasmania. Had the pleasure of going over there for the Australian Yard Dog Championships and the Australian National Kelpie Trial in 2022, and it's all run on Adrian's farm. Absolutely spectacular. First class facilities, looked after magnificently. That's why we go dog trialing. It's not all about the dogs. The social side of it is very nice. Sometimes too nice, but this is a pretty nice cast lift and draw he's got here. Brings them down to the square. Sue's got some nice feel about her. Even the way the dog carries with the head down, tail down, little side shifts, a little bit of pressure on, pressure off as they shape those shoulders and the head away. The head stays there and the body moves off. All those little moves all count and all make a difference to the reaction of those sheep. A little bit of calmness. I think we've probably just got one sheep's got to step over the line, and I'd say that's probably got him stepped over the line and he's away. Always hard here, the sheep come this side because the weight of the sheep is they want to go back home way down the other end of the arena. So if they drop this side, you've got to be able to bump them but then catch them. Brought them along the corridor there very nicely. Get them in this pen. I've got them just walking off nicely here. So they don't know that gate's there, those sheep. Never seen it before in their life. So we've got to be able to just put a little bit of pressure where we don't want them and relief where we want them. So he's just putting a command on him to come around. He's just trying to get him to drop behind the eye of this outside sheep. So just roll him around. There he goes. Oh, one had a look. That's what we want. And there we go. That is very, very nice.
You know what's good about today, Tony, is there's no truck pull event on. So you can actually, your dog can actually hear you a bit better as well.
Well, it was a magnificent day here. They have the Nyngan Expo for Nyngan, a little town in western New South Wales. The amount of people that were here, I was shocked, to say the least. Tractor pull, running these tractors over here, the modified tractors, 2,000 horsepower or something ridiculous like that. Very noisy, but that's just what we've got to deal with. Come to shows, trials. Our dogs have to be able to handle whatever's in front of them. So even at work, you might have shearing team going there. They might have a doof machine running in the back. Our dogs got to work despite it. Doesn't matter whether it's raining, snowing, hailing. They step up. Just a little break there coming into the yards. He's got a pretty good flow otherwise. So these dogs, they just absolutely love it. And you can front them up every day. Every day you let them out of their cage or let them off the chain, they are just dying to go. They are just raring to go, and they'll do every day you let them go. They just want to keep going. Have been the backbone of the livestock industry in Australia since our the early days. When you think a drover and his team of dogs can handle thousands of head of sheep or cattle by himself. Got a nice start up there. That was a beautiful bit of work. Just dropped down in the middle and just got the lead going out. Sends him right up the front to get him nice and up the front and leave the gap at the back. It's interesting because a lot of people think about the outside work in utility and they're all about outside work, but there's as many points to be lost in the yard as there is outside.
What's the points breakdown between
each
of the three?
There is none. You can lose 100 outside and you can lose 100 in the yard. So when I say that, you start with 100 points and you work backwards. So you can have a really, really nice outside dog and lose no points out there and then can't get them around the yard, and that's the end of your run. You can lose all the points there, or vice versa. In the courses, it's one of the challenges setting utility trials is we like to try and get it as close to 50-50 as we can. So there's enough work in the yards, but it's not all just full-on yard work. He's got a nice lead going up there. That's a good start. Might have a little jam there. He's probably going to call Sue up. No, he's got one still coming. Bit of patience he had there.
And last three drafted.
Last three out the other side.
Seamless.
Beautiful.
The funny thing about watching Adrian as well, the last couple of days I've been watching him, is he's got this smooth confidence about him. Like, he's not overly confident, but he just, he's just walking around.
Yeah, as a handler, you probably start to, after doing it for years and you've got runs on the board, you probably start to back yourself that you know that you can get it done. But as we know in utility, as we've seen this morning, you just never know. That's probably what we probably like about it, is that it is such a challenge. A little bit of finesse required here. Just wants that dog to come out. Got to bring that dog out behind him or get him to break out the other side. Gets him square. Just wants a little bit of introduction. So these sheep, very, very settled. These three haven't been outside together with a dog before, so they'll figure out their little dynamics within their little mob. So you've got to get them back in that corridor before you leave that mark. And now he wants to just keep them in there if he can. Hasn't stepped over the line yet. And there's probably a point there. That's all it takes is 1 foot to step out and there's a point. Got to remember the weight's often on the other side heading home. A little trot on, he's going to want to try and slow them sheep up. There he goes.
So ideally, how much time would you like left, Tony, if you were out there now for the last 3 obstacles?
Well, the times you probably need 6 minutes, 6 minutes minimum,
Which is what he's got.
which is about that. If it all goes well, you'll probably get there, but it takes the time it takes. So that's the challenge, is you try and rush it, and it'll actually end up costing you more time because you get things wrong. So it's a balance between, you've got to get on with it, but you've also got to actually take your time to do it.
Textbook.
Beautiful. And he goes around, so they want him to keep him in that corridor. If the sheep ran out of that corridor, he's allowed to pull the sheep back into that corridor with no loss of points before he leaves. But now he's got him there, got him on his right hand hip, and he just loved to be able to walk up there and keep him just tracking along there at that same pace. Handler should stay the same pace all the way up there. Don't really want the sheep going backwards. Want them to keep them going nice forward movement. What you're also doing is you're walking these sheep along, is you're actually trying to educate them so that you can bump them and bring that flight zone down. See the distance that dog's got on these sheep. So if you think that that's the distance he's got to have when he gets that obstacle and he's got to change sides, he's got to do a big circle to get all the way around there. So as you're coming there, you can break that flight zone down on those sheep. Means that dog then doesn't have to run as far to get around the other side. Oh, he is smoking it.
Wow.
This is very, very smick.
All right, so he's on the home straight.
First round score of 53. Gets a pen here. Well, he's going to be, unless the wheels fall off the show, he's got 4 minutes left. He's got a mile of time. There's a point there. Probably another one out the other side there.
What do you reckon he's sitting on at the moment, points-wise?
Oh, that's why the judge is out there. No, that's his job. I'll leave it to him. And it's all from the judge's perspective. So we might be sitting up here and we might think we're seeing something. So the lines, like where the judge is sitting, Jeff's sitting out there, he can see straight up that corridor. So he can see exactly when a sheep puts 1 foot over that line or he doesn't. Or he can see both sides of his obstacle. So he can see if the sheep put a nose past the end of obstacles or whether they go to right around. So he's positioned himself in the perfect spot. So it's a bit difficult for us in our position to be able to get exactly where he's going to be taking points. So a bit of finesse here. So you like to think these sheep, they've been through 2 obstacles now and they go, I get relief when I go into an obstacle. So you hope they go, yep, well, I'm going to try in here. So they don't really know that there's a back fence yet.
And they trust this dog as well.
They trust the dog, yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, just a little bit of get in there, please. So get him in there and you've got to hold him in there. Once you start shutting your gate, you've got to continue shutting your gate. Look at him. He is up. Little pump of the hand. So they all might look very calm and collected, but inside, the little pump of the hand just shows you how much it meant to him. And the emotion and the feeling he's got, like he knows he got it done and he's pretty happy with himself.
Well done, Adrian. 89 points.
89 points.
By a mile so far.
That is the highest score of the weekend so far. Talk about coming out when it counts.
What a legend.
Well, that's put everyone on notice. Now the pressure builds. Every other handler knows you're going to have to pen to be in it. Righto, next on course, Greg Walton with Bell. Waiting for the sheep to come out. So Greg's just trying to position his dog ready. So sometimes you set your dog up. You don't know how the sheep are going to come out. Some people like to send a dog all to their better side, or some people like to send the dog depending on which way the sheep are thinking. We might just ask for him to come out a little bit more. It'd be nice if the sheep are out to the end of those posts. Just a little flick of the ribbons just to try to get that one fella. So the judge has got a little green flag there. He holds up until he's happy with the position of the sheep. That just tells our backyard boys. Ben Lehman down there, he has put in a huge effort. Every year he comes out here and lets out sheep. David Motley carts the sheep in. It's a team effort. Called time on. You notice just the little delay that the handlers have between when the siren goes and when they let their dog go. If you hear the siren and you go straight away, your dog starts to learn. The sheep just drifting off course there a bit. Hasn't quite got them. So if you do a lot of three sheeping or utility stuff, the dog learns that siren means go. So you just hold them back a little bit so they go, no, I don't go until I've had the command to go. Just got one, that one sheep, he's just not settled, that fella in front. The dog hasn't really done anything wrong, but that's just the luck of the draw. Cost him a few points there. Been running dog trials out here at Nyngan since the early 90s. Either a three sheep or a utility. Used to run a yard trial. So Gary and Ange White. Gary tries to tell us he can remember as a young fella letting sheep out for his father.
And it's been great to see John White out here watching a couple of runs over the weekend.
Yeah, he's come here just to make sure that Gary's keeping the family tradition alive. Yeah, so thanks to Gary and Ange White, David Motley, that's pretty much the committee out here. So they do a huge effort. Big weekend, if you call it weekend. We started on Thursday and we'll finish up today. Greg's he's opted just to go, well, I'm just going to make sure I keep these sheep. He's going to lose a few points. That's a decision he's made. Go, well, no, I'm quite happy to lose a few to try and get a few. You just don't know. He might just not back his dog that he's going to hurry. He got that one sheep that just gave him trouble from the get-go, so he's just going, well, I need to just be careful with him.
Stop. Go, boy. Quick. Stop. Out. Keep out. Out. Over. Stop. Out.
He's actually got two there. The little fella in the middle, he's probably more comfortable of the three. There we are. They might have just seen their mates through the gap there. Bit of thinking going on. Ears are up and forward. Little stomp of the foot to go, not sure. Oh, there's a gap, they said. How about we have a look in there and go in? No, there's a bigger gap out there. Let's just see if that dog's going to shut it down, which he did nicely. Righto, we'll look for another option, hopefully. This sheep here, he's thinking, let's get out this side. And he said, well, now I've got a mate too. whenever you hear finessing, don't forget that clock is ticking. Beautiful. Nice to see family sitting up watching the live stream this morning. Good way to keep the kids settled. Nothing better for the kids to watch than a bit of dog trialling early on a Sunday morning. Righto, Greg's got his gate open. See how much this little dog's got in the yards. Greg does a fair bit of yard trialling, so I would think that he'd be able to shape him up and put him in there for him. I even noticed the little head movements, that dog just keeping an eye on the front end back of that mob. Little shift. Greg's brought his energy up, so there's a bit more bounce in him than what was outside. That's all part of the training, about getting him to the lift. Drops him down there on the inside.
Still, you can see he's very light on his feet.
He's very quick on his feet, yep. Only a young dog, I think. When you say young dog, they're probably, a lot of dogs are, before they're very reliable, even at work, are probably 2-year-old. And to get trial dogs, they're probably 5 and 6-year-old before they actually start to settle enough in the head. They go through the motions when they're young, but to be actually really, really settled and know what's going on.
What would you say is the average rough, if you had to guess, age of the dogs in the final today?
I would think the majority of them are probably older dogs. Most work dogs, once they get to sort of 10 years old, is probably a rough number. They start to get pretty sore in the joints. They do some pretty hard work. Like, you think about dogs doing this stuff, and they're doing this all day at work. They don't have a lot of self-preservation for their own body. They have the job. They love it. They just get up there. So Greg's just got to get him up the front there to get that front sheep out. He's just had a bit unfortunate. He dropped over the front, which turned that sheep around. And now he's got to try and undo that little knot he caused. They put him back in, so that's going to cost him a few points. Different tools. If you had a little top knot, maybe you could just, there he goes, just grab one on the top of the head. It's probably not the sheep he needed. So that's all that stuff that comes with age, is to be able to say, I want you to get that sheep there. So every time he comes up and he doesn't get a result, it's points. Manage to get it undone somehow. That'll do. Take it when you get it. It's all that calmness and the attitude of the dog when you're breeding dogs and you're selecting dogs. That's all the things that all the handlers look for. Temperament is a massive thing in selecting and breeding dogs. Temperament, trainability.
What's this dog's breeding? Do you know?
No, I don't. Greg doesn't, I think he's told me he's only bred 2 litters in his life. He said that was too many. So he prefers to go and find a pup, and puppy likes the parents on them, and actually get a pup and just make a project of that pup. So Greg's not working livestock every day. He is semi-retired, or maybe fully retired these days.
Probably means he's got his eye on a lot of people during these kind of events looking out for good dogs.
Yeah, always. Everyone's always looking for good dogs. Yep. That's what it is. This sets the scene. We like to think this is setting the scene for the industry. We'd like to think this is the top of the tree, and then all the genetics can filter down, depending on what sort of dog farmers are looking for.
Stop, out, over, stop, over.
Just the tiniest little bit of bump there. I actually think Greg might have even tripped over one of the little things, which that's enough. Was just enough to upset those sheep for a moment. A few more points there, get them off. Just going to try and get them back on course.
Morning. Would anyone like a coffee, right?
Just black.
Willow's just come up to do the coffee run for us. She's also been in the let out this weekend. Latte, please.
Don't worry about the dog trialing. Think about the important things. Coffee.
I'm actually surprised how many people around here don't drink coffee. I brought my coffee machine with me. I was offering it around, and I mean, either people don't want my coffee or they.
Well, they're all out of bed and had their coffees ready to go. So he's got them through there nicely. He lost a few points, got them back on track.
Three and a half minutes remaining as well. So
slipped out of the corridor again. Yep. So he's getting around, but he's probably leaked a few points away around the way. A few more points there. Been a bit of wind the last few days, so it's very still this morning, which sheep tend to be a little bit flightier when there's wind. Just trying to cut that exit off out the other side.
Well, this obstacle can bring you undone right before the end. What's the trick if the sheep start missing it and you're trying to bring them back around to the right entry point?
That's a great question.
I'm just getting you to talk it out before you run, Tony.
Yeah. You try and just, if you can get them parked in front of the obstacle, so they get the opportunity to look down. And as Greg's doing here now, he's just going to get the dog right around. He's bump one side and then stop him on the other side. He would just see if he can get the heads to turn back in again there, which he's done, and now come back right around and put the dog on the other side, so that you're actually just shutting down them escapes. Try and bring them forward a bit to get him closer up into the mouth of the obstacle. And then he needs to get out and around the other side there. So it's hard because you're trying to get in front of them, but you're also trying to get them to go forward. So there are some options. Sometimes you might be able to just try and lay them up hard on the side of an obstacle on the outside, and then they come around. If you've got a dog that's pretty quick, you can bring them around and sort of fold them around the end of that obstacle. Got one going down the backwards, which is nice. That can help. So at least that one now knows that there's a gap up the middle. He's got the clock. He just had a little look down and say he's just looked at the clock and gone, there's a minute left, righto. Well, this is probably my last go at it. I can see if I can do it nicely. We'll see if we can get a feel for what he's doing. So he's slowed right up. Very deliberate. He's got him in a nice spot there. Oh, look at that. I don't know if he sort of thought that's how that was going to play out, but he'll take it. 30 seconds. He's deciding there to bring him back in that corridor. He's not going to go for the pen. Otherwise, he would have just headed very quickly. So he's just about saving points now. So it's out of the corridor there now. And time.
Well, that was a great run for Greg and Belle.
We'll get a score for Greg in a minute. So he went in with a 43 on his first run. So at the moment, on this morning's form, any score is a good score. Just see if we get to wait for a score to come through. Next on course, while we're waiting for that score, next on course is Gary White with White's Bindi. He went at a score of 72. I think he was running second, third after the first round. So he'd be looking for a big one. All looking for a big one. Judges called for the sheep to release. Gary's a very, very accomplished utility trialer. Not sure how many, but I'm pretty sure he's won 10 plus national Kelpie trials. Big supporter of the industry, educating a lot of handlers every year. Runs a lot of schools.
Worldwide.
Yeah, worldwide, yep. Just trying to get a bit of introduction on his sheep here. Great. Gary be looking for a little. He's got one bent off him nice. So what we're looking for on this lift is to bring those sheep. There's a 9 metre corridor. The judge will be standing there and he'll have 9 metres in his head. Every time they step out of that 9 metre corridor, points will be deducted. Utility, it doesn't matter so much how quickly you bring them. So he could even be using the markers on that corridor as a reference point. He'll have in his head where those corridors are. Once they go out of that 9 metre corridor, then the corridor starts again. You don't need to bring them back to where you started. Just working his way down the middle here. It's pretty nice. You notice how close that dog's been able to get to those sheep. So now he doesn't have to actually move far to be able to get to either side of that mob.
And a lot closer than the other dogs that we've seen in this round.
Yep. So it's all to do with the presence of the dog. It's something that breeders look for and select for. One of the reasons a lot of your 3 sheep dogs have got a lot of white on them, that the sheep don't come off a lighter coloured dog quite as much as what they do a darker coloured dog. Even the dark features around their eyes, even the Kelpie that's got a really dark face tend to have a little bit more than what the lighter coloured dogs do. So that all means something to the sheep. So you've got to be mindful. Gary's done this really, really nicely, but it's taken him a fair bit of time. That time could be crucial at the other end. Got him in the square, away he goes. So the obstacle's outside here. The gap's worth 7, the race is worth 8, and the penny's worth 20. So there's a lot of points on offer at the back end of this course. So if you don't get it completed, those numbers just get deducted from your final score. So if you don't get to the pen, you're running out of 80, which with Adrian Carpenter setting the pace, got him very nicely coming down this corridor. So he's lost very, very few points so far. And point there. Gary's a handler. He seems to know how to get it done at the back end of a course. This won't even worry him, I don't think, the fact that it's taking him a fair while to get this. So nearly 5 minutes just to get them in the yard.
He did almost get a little jog on when he was about to pen yesterday.
Yes,
so he knows when to pick up the pace.
High performance sportsman, Gary.
Well, he also, around the campfire, claims to have been a professional footy player back in his prime.
Right. I know he was big into his equestrian in his younger days. It is a great sport. A lot of people that are into sport in their younger days, they still want that little edge they get from sport, that little competitive streak, and it's one of the things that dog trialling can bring in your later years. There's plenty of people that are well in their 80s are still trialling.
And it has all the same elements as other sports. You've got the community, you've got the up-and-comers.
Yes, yep.
Got the veterans like Gary here, and everyone's willing to support each other. It's what particularly being a new person to this sport, it's great. It's like the best experience just coming along, and you can sit around and really just chat to anyone. You just go up and sit next to someone, start talking, and learn so much.
And I find it's a great leveler because you can be up one day and just horrible the next. It's interesting because a lot of people think that everyone sitting around the outside's judging them and going, oh, that dog's this or that dog's that. But every handler has been in exactly the same position as every other one at some stage in their trialling career. Oh, coffee run, beautiful.
Tea. No worries.
Thank you. He's just trying to get a start coming up this drenching race. Got him shaped up the right way. Can he bring him up and just go a bit of punch up there? Oh, that was beautiful. Couldn't ask for more. Got him up front. Little sheep coming back's not ideal. He might have even given a little nip on one coming back. If you're clever enough, you put him on the side the judge can't see. I think the other thing that's evolved in dog trialling in the recent years is the knowledge that's out there, and everyone's so happy to share. 20, 30 years ago, handlers just went out and they just had to have a crack and figure it out themselves. There's so many avenues now to learn how to handle a dog, and there's schools, there's online programs.
In fact, Gary has just launched his online program.
Gary has. I'm probably a bit like the ABC here. I don't promote too much, but no, that's good. And what it does, it's all about the industry. It's actually educating the next generations of people coming into our livestock industry on how to handle stock, how to handle dogs. They're just the tools of our trade. The efficiency that's created by having staff that have got good dogs is enormous. The contribution has been studies. On the value that dogs bring to our industry.
And they help you with your everyday relationships as well, the communication skills you learn.
Sometimes I think I spend more time with my dogs than my wife, so sometimes it might work the other way. Just a sheep, a duck to the left here. So Gary's just going to bring him out this side to be sure. Very hard to get a dog to come out and then break hard to the left to get around them.
So again, just one of those important parts of this format is getting them out of that close proximity, high intensity yard area, back out into the paddock and just trying to recalibrate.
And even the big long delay Gary had there, that's probably him just taking a big breath. He thought about stepping there. He's just watching him carefully going, make sure you go there.
Dan Camilleri says that as well. There's at every point of the course, he actually makes sure that he takes a moment just to shut his brain down and start again.
Because you also got to change your mindset as you come out of the yards. You can sort of have a bit of punch mode in your mentality and how you carry yourself, and you get your energy up and off, and the dog gets his energy up. That transfers through into your sheep. When you come back out here, you want to just drop your nature, so you sort of become nothing. Gary's got his shoulders dropped there. He's walking along, and the sheep don't really even care that he's there, really. Whereas if you're up and you're high stepping, the sheep will feel you a lot more. So here where we come, I said earlier that Gary seems to be able to get it done at the back end of a course. He's got nearly just shy of 4 minutes left. He's done this many, many times. He knows he can shape them up, put them through there, get them to the next obstacle. Got him sitting the right one there, looking to go through that gap. He knows it's there. We just got to convince him to go through it.
I mean, Adrian had the best of this obstacle in particular. They just trotted on through for him.
So Gary probably lost a point when they broke out this side. He's got them shaped up there nicely. So that corridor starts, and Gary's not mucking around. He's just going, let's go.
When will we see him get his jog on?
He would have looked at his clock, or he's got a talking timer on, one of the two. He'd know he's got 3 minutes left. You probably need a minute and maybe a little bit more to get to the pen if everything goes right. got them shaped up pretty nice. I'll just shut that exit down. If you like trying to get him in there, that's a nice bit of work. Just don't want him getting past the end of that obstacle. There you go, folds them back in. So this is where the patience comes in. The clock's ticking, but you've got to be patient. You've got to do it right still. One fella folds his head round there, got 3 shaped up. Drop them on the other side. You can hear that in Gary's voice, the little bit of quick.
Like, come on, Bendy, we've been here before.
Yep. So you can fold them around the end of that obstacle. Now he's just waiting to see what decision the sheep make before the decision he makes which way he sends the dog. So if those sheep had pulled up a bit shorter, he might have sent him to the right. The fact they've sort of gone to the other side of those obstacles, he sent him round to the left. There we go. He's just almost just bullying them a little bit to say, we need something to happen.
All right, a minute.
Minute left. Let's
So
see how
knowing Gary, is he going to be preserving his points here?
No,
Or
he's stepping out.
He's sprinting out to the
He's
pen. There he
stepping out.
goes.
The clock does go quickly. So he's probably lost a point there for dropping them back a bit far behind him. But he'll be thinking, I'm just going to shape him up, step in the ring and drive him in there. Worth 20 points. And look at that. He does it. Will he get there? That is an unbelievable bit of work by Gary White. I did say to you, he does know how to get it done at the back end of a course. It took him a long time to get to the yards.
Is that our first penning of the... Oh, Adrian penned as well.
Second pen in the morning. It will be interesting to hear his score. It wasn't as tight.
87.
Score at 87.
We're also waiting on a score from Greg.
That's throwing out the challenge too. The big guns are coming out now.
So up next, we've got Dave Motley with Motley's Crew.
So Dave is a huge part of this trial. He does all the sheep carting. He's a busy man. He manages a place out here at Ning, and then he's got another place at Bree of his own. Also a huge supporter of educating the next generation. Does a lot with a lot of the stations out here in Jackaroo programs, educating young Jackaroos how to work livestock and how to work dogs. Crew's just a little bit keen there. So the judge asked, once we step into that ring, we've got to stay there. Just sort of sort out waiting for a few sheep to come out. You might be on commentary in a minute, Sal. I might have to go and get nervous, I think.
Well, you've watched enough, I think, this morning. I wonder if that's going to be on your side.
No, it won't make any difference. Just go and do it. What happens is what will happen.
Well, you're not going to be getting the expert commentary for me, just
I think you'd be fine.
Just the notes.
So he's just broken the bell there, which will be frowned upon a bit by the judge.
We've just got the points in from Greg Walton's last run, which was 20.
Just trying to get these sheep set up a bit for him better. So the sheep, ideally, they come out here. Just give enough room for the dog to be able to get out in around behind the judge. Is just probably going to wait till them sheep pull up. Drew's pretty keen to go. I think Dave might have only entered 1 or 2 dogs for the weekend.
When you're watching your fellow competitors, Tony, beforehand, do you have you ever used any of the techniques that they're using from watching the previous in your run, or do you kind of stick to your gut and what you know and watching the sheep?
Depends on my dog. So my first dog out's a young dog. It's a second utility trial. She's a 2-year-old dog. Very sweet dog. I like her. My mind going out with that dog is not to load her up with a lot of pressure. She's very, very new to the game. Still want it to be fun. Still want it to enjoy it. Let her do what she does naturally. Let her come in. Still want to be able to give her guidance and give her direction and put her where I want to put her. And her attitude with her will be go out, do what's going to happen and play the game. So it's probably, it might sound very relaxed and calm. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of nerves there. But I enjoy working the dog and we'll just see what happens. Like, I think it's a great bonus for her to be getting to this level. So you take what's coming. I know her strengths, her weaknesses. Yeah, you do watch a bit. You sort of go, well, she's a dog, got a lot of catch, loves getting around the head. Dave's just trying to get these coming in, just running around a little bit on him, get him in the square. She's a dog, got a lot of catch, but doesn't like to come in and drive from behind much. So me knowing that these sheep, if she's catch them and settle them, then I need to get her in behind the eye and get her behind the sheep and get her coming in a little bit. She's not a big pushy yard dog either, so we'll be just playing with that a little bit. So there's a lot of that goes through your mind. And you do preempt it, but that's just how I sort of play. Each handler probably has his different things, different how they play differently. Just got one more to come in the square there, and he's right to go now. At the end of the day, it's like any sport. There's winners, there's losers, and there's probably not many people come to a utility trial and think, I've got this, I'm going to take home the trophy.
It's a dangerous mindset.
The levelers out there are those three little critters. That's who we're playing the game against. It's not like we're competing against, you don't go out and, I'm going to compete against Gary White, or it's not like a running race. You know who your competition is and who you got to beat. It's those 3 sheep that we're playing the game with, and that's what makes it so exciting. That the 3 sheep, there's 3 minds out there that they can do anything, and what we're trying to do is outsmart them, outplay them,
like
outthink
Survivor.
them,
Outlast, outplay, outwit, whatever there.
If you're into reality TV, this is probably right up your alley today. This is a bit of reality TV show here. Old school would probably say there's probably not a lot to do with the thinking and whatever else, but I would say a lot of the new generation, younger trials, mindset's got a lot to do with it.
Would you say, Nina? Second place getter in the Australian Nursery Championship
second
this
place,
weekend.
First trial, and she's come second place at the nursery, and that's what's cool. We love it. New people coming in.
19-year-old farmhand from now working in Wellington.
Yep. Walker girl. And it's interesting that as you start building more trials and developing the competition, it's amazing how quickly the level of dogs in that region goes up, because people start playing the game and going, oh, I can't do that. Righto, I'll go and practice it and see if I can't get better. Just while Dave's bringing those sheep there, huge thanks to Enduro. They've been a long-time supporter of this trial. Great dog food. Many, many dogs here.
All the ones with the shiny coats.
Mostly. No, they're all the sponsors. These events don't happen without sponsors. Just having a little bit of trouble getting them up. Needs a bit of shape on these sheep.
What an iconic scene here, Tony. The gum in the foreground, the kelpie in the background with its sheep, and some dust.
I had a friend from Canberra, and she told me that dog trialing is one of our heritage sports. And I'd never thought about it as a heritage sport, but if Australian was built on the back of the wool industry, these were the tools that got those sheep to be shorn.
Good morning.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will be stepping out for a while. We may see you again later on.
Don't take the microphone with you, but you could we could leave it on you and you could be chatting to us on your way around the course.
I don't think you want to hear all the things I'm going to say out there. Thank you. Good luck, Rick.
Good luck, Tony.
Good luck.
All right, we've got a Queenslander joining us.
Yay.
Rick is up here from Queensland. Did very well in the Interstate Challenge last night.
Yeah. How'd it go?
And the novice before that.
And the novice.
Got very lucky in the novice.
So we've got Dave Motley and Motley's crew down in the yard at the moment.
Getting a bit of flow happening into the force in the drench race. And that's how you pack a race.
And 7.5 minutes remaining.
Plenty of time. Setting up for his draft now.
How have you found the yard section of the event this weekend, Rick?
Pretty good. Sheep are flowing pretty well. They got a bit heavy under lights for the last couple of days, so lucky the finals are in daylight. Show the dogs off a bit better.
And we don't have all the tractor pulling today.
Thank God. They even honked the horn driving out. It was jammed up here. He's got plenty of time to get around the course still. Oh, faithful crew.
Do you know much about crew's history in the events?
No. No. He's
just got a hometown advantage, though.
Yeah. And a great handler. He's checking for time. Pretty good view up here.
Stop. 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 Yeah. 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 Get out. Stop. 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 Stop.
Hello, Des Davies watching from WA.
Dave's making his way down to the gap.
Grantley Hackle says, good to see you stepping up to the commentary, Rick Marshall.
Yeah. Thanks, Grantley. Dave's got him on track to go straight through here.
I think Adrian Carpenter had the best of this morning.
Yeah, they
definitely saw the gap coming, the sheep, and just marched straight through.
It was a pretty sweet run all the way. And Gary had a nice run just before too, so it's definitely game on. We shaped them up here for the gap.
As Tony was saying, you just need that one to see that there's a gap there.
You definitely need a leader all the way around the course. It's probably been the hardest thing through the yards this week, trying to find that leader. A good line of merinos.
And he's through.
Straight through.
To just under 3 minutes remaining.
He's heading for the race on course. Needs a bit of recovery here. Ooh. Not quite looking yet. He's looking for that later. Oh, unfortunately, they've gone around.
Sometimes, though, I think what we've seen as well is if you're struggling to get them through, sending them round just helps give them a little bit more momentum in that right direction.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Anything's worth a try if they're not looking at it. Just slip through the inside of him there.
Also depending how many points you're willing to lose.
Yeah, well,
he's got just under a minute remaining now, so what's his priority going to be out there?
time. Dave will go to put him through. He's a competitive person. A little bit spooked here. They seem to like the softer type of dog, these sheep. Just can't give them too much ground because they will take advantage. Here they go again.
10 seconds to go.
You lose a couple of obstacles, but still gets a score. Well done, Dave.
And up next is Kevin Howe with Karana Nulla. Watched many of Kevin's runs this weekend. He's definitely been sitting there watching everyone's.
I watched
Making
Nulla's
notes.
first run, and she's a good young bitch.
Dave just got a score of 33, which gives him a total of 100 points. Next up, we've got Kevin Howe with Nulla in the Enduro Utility Australian Championship. We're coming down to the pointy end. We're in the top 15, and then we get the top 7 combined scores for the final.
Was that 80 points?
I'm not sure. For Dave?
Yeah.
100.
Oh, no, on that run.
Oh, 33, I think.
34. I'll check the score.
Didn't listen too well. Good luck to Kevin with Nulla. One of the legends of utility trialling in Australia. Beautiful cast. Lifted them nice and straight. A bit bouncy at the moment, but Kevin should get her under control here now. Doing a bit of tap dancing here, these sheep. They're not quite in the delivery area. Doing the dreaded walk to the yards.
Well, he got that a bit quicker than everyone else, Kevin did.
Yeah.
The dreaded walk, Rick. Why would you say that?
Well, going in, the sheep can duck around the side of the yard and they get out of view on you. It's a bit tricky trying to get them back around the corner. He's getting close to setting them up for the gate entry. They seem to find a bit of energy here at the gateway. Kevin's got the gate open. He's got him looking now. A little bit stompy. The sheep are too busy looking at Kevin, not even worried about the dog at the moment.
That's where you need your sheep whispering skills come into effect, and he just did it.
He did
Through
it.
they go.
Walk through nice and gently. Bringing the rest of the sheep out to join the 3. Shutting his gate, and he'll set the sheep up to go across to the first 4 shard. You can definitely move sheep, this little dog. That's a great effort.
Wow. I think that's probably the quickest we've seen this morning.
Nice and smooth.
Kev's definitely using his time well out there.
Hopefully he can keep it happening into the drenching race. Get that leader straight up and pack him up. She's got forward movement happening here. Beautiful. First go. First go straight in. Send her up just to pack them a bit tighter. And Judge wanted them to fall out of the gate when we open it, so getting the dog to assist here is the best thing to do. A little bit jammed there. Kev went with the patient option. Another straight over the top of them. Clears the next gate into the draft. Still got plenty of time, 8 minutes.
And a happy looking dog as well. Very important.
Yeah, loves doing it. Kev's always got a good bond with his dogs. They love working for him. Oh, they just jammed up in that draft race on him. A bit of flow happening again now.
So we've got last 3 being drafted out.
Good work, Kevin.
What a beautiful yard section.
Yep. Wouldn't have been too many points off him there. He's very lucky there. He remembered that back gate.
He's very good with the details, Kevin. I can't imagine him missing a gate.
He picked up that someone didn't chain a gate yesterday on this exact same gate here, so he watches everything. Been walking calmly so far.
They're waiting for the dog.
Yeah, look at him looking.
Just under 6 minutes to go.
Oh. That's good. He's caught him pretty quick.
Back out of it. Take out of it. One. Get out of it. Back out. Back. Get out. Back out. Back out. Get out. Back out. Back out. Another. Back out. Another. Back here.
Kev's getting a bit excited here.
You listen to me. Back out.
I think he's excited. He must have looked at his clock and realised how much time he's got left.
Lucky him. Still off course a bit here. He'll try and poke him back on. Little dog's getting a little bit excited here. Oh, where you going, Nala? Got him back under control here. Try and get him back on course and through the gap. We've still got plenty of time to get around. Just trying to shape him for the gap.
Which is the leader, Rick? Which one's... Yep.
He's got one. He did well to bounce him around like that.
Yeah, nice recovery.
Trying to set him up so he can walk here. Having a look at the dog here. Just getting them moving now. He's gone to the race, so going past, but can still get him through.
So patience at this point,
Patience is a virtue.
very, very tricky to maintain, knowing that that clock's ticking down to 90 seconds. Not-
Definitely get the blood pressure up here.
Keep the patience, get the points.
Yep. Play the long game. Down here, you definitely need to get the Pennet, worth 20 points. Oh, they've taken a shortcut there. It's going to have to bring them back and try and feed them through. He's down to a minute now, so things can happen pretty quickly in this sport. Yeah, he's definitely trying everything he can here.
And it shows even the smoothest start to your run can't get that let that confidence go to your ego.
No, definitely not. Very humbling sport. Oh, well done, Kev.
Next up, we have Danny Kerr back out there with Mingle. You watched a couple of Danny's runs this weekend?
Yeah, got some really nice dogs. Good to see some collies in the top 15. Predominantly Kelpies down here at this trial. Each to their own.
Debbie's just got a score of 46. That gives him a total of 121.
Get out there! Run!
Next up in the Enduro Australian Utility Championships, we've got Danny Kerr with Mingle and Tony Overton, then Dan Camilleri.
A lot of good handlers at the top 15 here. I think Gary would be still leading, wouldn't he?
Well, he got a 90 before, I believe.
87.
Oh, 87. 87. We'll just wait for the scores to be updated.
Then he's at the casting peg, waiting for his sheep to be let out. Beautiful day to be trialling.
Couldn't really ask for more perfect weather.
No.
Unless you're from Queensland and this is just a touch too cold.
We've survived the week. The campfires have definitely helped. Then he's getting set to cast his dog here. Beautiful cast.
So at this point, the handlers are trying to work with their dogs to communicate and educate the sheep a little bit.
Yep, break them in a little bit so you can bring them up calmly, ideally, but when you're a flighty little sheep, it doesn't always happen. You want to bring them in a straight direction. With a lot of whistle commands and occasionally a bit of yelling happening. He's got pretty good control of him here. He's got him up here relatively quickly too. We're in the delivery area. And he's going to do the walk to the yards.
So just explain the delivery area of this utility format for everyone at home.
It's a 9 metre square. The judge doesn't care if your sheep just travel through it, you can keep moving on, or whether you want to pull up and try and educate them a bit before you leave.
And you can kind of see the grass has been mowed to make it a bit easier for the handler to see
Yeah, we got a
the corridor.
Yeah, mowed track there to walk along, and nice yellow pegs in the ground.
Just got to try not to trip over those yellow pegs.
Yeah,
And each of the yellow pegs are 9 metres apart
9
as
metres
well.
apart, yeah. Then he's got them lined up to come into the yards.
And welcome to our novice judge, Barrick. Joining for a chat.
Good morning, how are we? Get myself mic'd up here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thanks, Judge.
No, thank you. Well done yesterday too.
Thank you.
Picking up the win.
So we've got Danica and Mingle out there.
Pretty good entry into the yards. Just bringing the next lot out into the yards with the 3 board in. .5 minutes.
What's been the trickiest part, Barrick, watching as a judge? People get around the yard section this weekend.
The toughest part has been this first pickup, to be honest. It's sorted out most of the dogs. Sheep have been really, really quick to pick a dog and ask the right questions here. But in saying that, there's been a lot of points come off through the yards at different points. And I suppose the way I set up to judge the novice is I tried to weight a couple of things really heavily, try and get a nice balance between the outside work and then the yard work as well, and really look for positive work and then penalise that hard when it wasn't shown.
And what kind of things are you looking for when you talk about positive work?
Oh, really, we're just pointing at temps. So we'll give everyone plenty of chance now as he comes into his first force to shape up sheep. So get heads facing the right way up towards his race. But then once he's got some lookers, I really want to see the handler take advantage of those, and every opportunity missed where he comes up and doesn't have a positive impact on the flow going forward, then points will start to come off. There's points for biting and a few other things, but really trying to emphasise good positive work. Let the dog and handler be quite proactive in how they go about it. So a little bit of scope there, but if they've got an opportunity with sheep looking, I want to see them capitalise on it straight away. So
it's a lot about understanding the behaviour between the sheep and the dog and the handler.
Yeah, I guess so. And maybe the way I look at it is I want to reward the handler and dog that I'd be happy to employ and pay by the hour. So through the yard work, I want to see some really good positive work, not sitting back and waiting for a lead. So in this situation, Danny's just given an opportunity to shape them up. Work in the back is fine. Starting to get some heads looking forward now. And he's made an effort and capitalised on the one. Maybe not perfectly there, but timed his effort well, but the outcome maybe wasn't exactly as he wanted.
Got him looking now.
And now away they go.
It's hard not to give the commentators curse up here. We just did it to Kev before.
So there you go. Had a blockage, did the right thing, went up in front of it, came back through and loosened them up and filled nice and neatly. I'm pretty sure Jeff, for the open talk, wanted to see them firm to the front, wanted to see an assist with the unload. And by that, we want the dog to have an impact on the sheep coming out as the gates opened up. Really, as you go through the yards, you just want to see everything flow.
Good forward movement.
Yeah, good forward movement at every point, not pausing, waiting for the dog before you open the gate. Just want to see it all flow nice and smoothly.
It's going to flow now.
The last 3 getting drafted again.
A pretty good consistent flow there. We're getting all these gates shut. That's a good help points wise. 7.5 minutes left.
Danny having a look at the watch too. Plenty of time to get around this course. So a cross coming out of this yard will be an instant DQ. So you've seen all the better handlers take this really nice and slow. It's your first opportunity to break in your 3 fresh sheep as you come back out on course. Danny's a patient handler, so he'll So for maximum points, they want to be back on course as Danny passes that point, which I would say he might have just achieved. And from here on out, we want to see them kept within 9 metres and on course at all times. So as a judge, we're just looking at those markers, and anytime they're falling behind, there's a point there. Anytime they're stepping out of that corridor, there's a point. It's really, the judging is really quite black and white once you come out here. Danny's doing a really nice job of keeping these sheep settled and on course and pointed for the obstacle.
6 minutes to go.
Plenty of time.
Fingers crossed he can get around. Look at that, straight through. Beautiful positioning.
Gets rewarded for his efforts.
Walking them straight down the middle of the corridor is a big help when you come to the outside work.
How hard is it to make sure as a judge that you're keeping your buggy in the right spot and influencing the sheep there?
Yeah, you got to be mindful. You can sometimes get a bit caught up in the action, want to get a bit close. But no, the way this course is laid out, it's pretty easy to see. Jeff's a long way back now and can see everything that's going on.
Oh, it's an electric buggy too. It doesn't make any noise.
Nice and quiet.
That's beautiful.
He's got
Beautiful
3
work here. Straight through first attempt. I think they've just gone out, but he'll get them back on course pretty quickly. And really nice work to see here. Sheep a little bit grass hungry there.
It's a good sign, isn't it? Low pressure stock handling.
Beautiful. Just over 4 minutes left.
Yeah, so there you go. He left with 7 minutes. He's gone around the course in 3 without breaking a sweat.
I'm going to walk straight in here.
You'd be telling the sheep that there's better grass inside the pen right now, right?
I think that's the message he's trying to convey. Got a little exciting there, but now Danny's settled it back down. Danny's a very good stockman. Doesn't bother carrying a watch, just
So
Play- play
one
it as he
duck around
sees it.
there. These are the same one.
So what's the points loss at this point?
so once you step in the set of your obstacle, we go from judging single points off the corridor, and now it changed to obstacle points. So it'll be 1 point past the, for sheep goes past the angle gate, 2 up the side, and 3 for around the back. So if you start educating your sheep to slip around the side, the points can come off quite rapidly here. So there's, from Jeff's position, that's probably just a 1 pointer. Each of these 3 obstacles have really got their own strengths and weaknesses and questions they ask of the dog. Whereas Mingles had no issue on the first 2, but now there's a fair bit of cover and hold and got to apply force in the right pressure in the right spot. Just asking a few more questions. But he's done that well.
He's done it well now.
1 minute to go.
Well done, Danny.
It's nice work. I believe Mingles a former champion here, maybe a couple of years ago, and showing why.
Very good. Interesting to hear his score.
Score of 83. Well done.
Very nice.
Next up, Tony Edison with Insight Jazz. What was it, 83?
Yeah.
So Tony's been up here watching all morning. We'll see if his skills watching and commentating can help him out.
Very cool customer, Tony Overton. But no doubt he's tried to pick up a few things over the weekend. Our current New South Wales president too. Should I have bumped that?
I don't know. So, might have bumped something.
Got young Jazz on the cast here.
So as a judge, we're looking for a free-flowing cast, typically to the point of control, which isn't always 12 o'clock, as we've just seen. And then we'll be really just judging the first movement of the sheep. It's a really good indicator of the dog being in the right spot or not. Sheep just drifting off course a little way now. Got things back under control. You would have found too, Rick, this makes or breaks your run.
Yeah,
At
definitely.
the top of the cast. How
Top
you
of the
set things up.
cast, and
Oh, I found that as well.
I wasn't going to bring up your run.
yeah, how you introduce your dog at the end of the cast is a big thing down here. Like any trial. Good introduction from your dog on the stock, and you can have smooth transition. Bringing them to you. These sheep like the lighter, calmer type of dog too.
Yeah, they haven't responded well to the more intense dogs or the jerky movements.
Yeah. You can get your dog in close to them, but then you can kick your dog around them, and I found them quite good trial sheep. And not just because I got a win, but it made you think about what you need to do.
For people watching at home that, think about getting their dogs into trialing and taking a bit of courage and jumping out there, when do you think you know that your dog's at that point with work that you should throw them in and have a go here?
Oh, everyone's different. So if you know people that do trial, and go and seek a bit of advice from someone and get their thoughts whether they think that they're ready to trial. Bit outside knowledge does help people getting started. But probably a big thing is make sure dog's got a call off and sit and that sort of thing in case things get hectic. So when you do have your first run, you can have a bit of control on the situation, and don't be afraid to start. Great community of dog trialing.
Yeah, it is great sport to be involved with. I think we're looking at some of the best dogs, but also handlers with some of the best control.
Yeah.
That's probably a really important starting point, is have that basic control, a left or right, a stop. And if you've got those three down pat, then you've got all the basics you need to have a crack at this. The hardest run you do will be your first one. So I just encourage you to get out and have a crack, get a feel for the sport. And like Rick said, it is a great community. We like, as much as we like coming out and competing with the dogs, it's a big part for us is just bringing the family out. There's other young couples and kids running around the place, and that's a big part of it for us. It gets us off farm and still in a space where it's okay to talk about farming. Tony's done a good job here. A couple of points off on the walk over, but he's controlled the situation well.
Tony is president of the New South Wales Yard Dog Association. He's got some pressure in this section.
There is, I guess. Tony doesn't feel pressure.
He's a cool customer, eh?
Not just because he's from the New England region.
Not just.
Just under 10 minutes. If you don't find a leader here straight away, you Can get jammed up.
Yeah, done it well. It's in the yard section where you don't always see that at work. We're asking the dog to go up and clear a gate. Typically at work, if you're well set up, you've got your gates prepared ahead of time. But it's just another element that we throw in and try and make it consistent for everyone. I see a few different aspects of the dog. See the dog go up and clear that gate and hold that position. And then as a judge, if we ask for that, then it takes the head out of the sheep, and then every competitor is left with the same starting point. They need to show that their dog can work a force and get those heads facing the right way, as Tony's done.
We'll jazz straight into the action. You definitely feel that nice and tight, like they've been asked to. Pretty good flow out of there.
Jazz just getting a little bit lost in her job, but now she's on top of it.
Sheep wouldn't have felt her on top. It's only a little frame dog. Big engine. Did you run any dogs barrack in the open?
I had a couple in, a mother and daughter. But I didn't really trouble the pointy end of things at all.
Yeah.
No, they both worked well. But yeah, not troubling the scorekeepers at the pointy end of things. Tony's done a good job here, as you'd expect, through the yards without any real problems at all.
Everyone seemed pretty good shutting gates all weekend.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Those that didn't, I just reminded them and they came back and did it anyway.
Yeah.
Still for a few points off. Just important we leave the yards how we find them for the next competitor. Keeps things nice and fair.
They seemed to speak at Tony when he walked past them, man.
Pull those up perfectly.
Ooh. Catches them pretty quick.
We've seen that all week. You can't give these sheep an inch. They're asking questions of you the whole way around the course, and if you open up the gate for the slightest opportunity, they're quite happy to take that and run. So he's doing a good job of keeping things under control here, but there's a few heads there, and they're just you get the impression that they want to go.
They're looking to have a run, aren't they? They can react to your voice too, these sheep, I found.
They can.
Yeah.
Some of your competitors took advantage of that
Yeah.
in a couple of situations.
What are
But
the
yeah,
sounds?
but yeah, you do have to be mindful about how you, I suppose, your tone of voice, your body language as well, can shut the door on the sheep in the wrong moment.
He's got them shaped up there now. If we can get that middle one to turn his head, I think he'll be right. Yep, here we go. Straight through. Perfect amount of pressure there.
Tony just standing in his set for a couple of extra seconds. He just letting the dog pick the sheep up, keep them on course, and turn those heads so they're facing the right direction, and then everything moves off together. He's done that exceptionally well. We might have discussed that just before his run. He's got the presence of mind to put it into play. So sheep have just gone off course there, and each time Tony walks past one of those yellow markers, he'll lose another point while the sheep remain off course. Now that he's stepped into his set, the circle there beside the obstacle, the judging will change. We go from single points off for distance and off course to 1, 2, or 3, depending on how far past the obstacle he goes. 2 minutes 40, still plenty of time to get the job done.
A little trot there. Just caught him pretty quickly. A couple more off him there.
This probably proved the toughest obstacle, Rick, all week long.
Yeah, you'd see it more as a judge, how tough it's been.
They're been very delicate. Get them set up now. Tony's got it set. You don't get many cracks at this once they've learnt that they can run down the side of the obstacle. So really important that we saw the best competitors. They're catching their sheep early, blocking them up, not allowing them past the mouth of that obstacle.
Tony, I'll just put him back on course here.
Yeah, for maximum points.
And set him up for his walk to the pen. Still got 30 seconds.
How quick can he walk?
That's up to Tony. We don't want to see him running, but the pace he sets off at is the pace we want to see him continue with.
Well, he needs to pick it up a bit.
I think that's going to be it for Tony, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Really good effort. Tony will be back out again later. I think that's the first of 2 dogs he's got in the top 15.
Next up is Dan Camilleri and Sting.
You're goodie.
Looks good to the same.
Thanks for your time, Rick. Jumping out.
Thanks, guys.
Got a score of 53, which takes him to 103.
The scores are tight.
Thank you.
83. Okay. Oh, no, that was.
53 or 83?
53 sounds right, but I haven't heard the score come out yet.
It was
53.
53 for the last run.
Without the pen, there's another 20 points off. So we've got Dan Camilleri with Sting. Dan's gone very well already this week. He made the novice final yesterday. I think he finished third. Only by a handful of points too. Dan's a big supporter of utility trialing. He's just set up the new point score system off his own bat. So we've got High Point Dog of the Year and Handler of the Year, Female Handler, Young Gun of the Year. It's great to see that we can give some recognition to those handlers. So you were asking yesterday about how to cast out your dog. That's pretty close to the mark. You didn't quite get 12 o'clock, but that's not really what we're looking for. We're looking for the point of control. Nice, calm introduction to his stock and got them coming down reasonably straight. And we talked about coming into this sport and control is one of the important things, and Dan's probably one of the masters of that. Has every single bell and whistle and lever on his dog. Doesn't use them all, but has them there when he needs them.
And he told me he's even got some French words that he uses because the dogs don't know that it's French.
Knowing Dan, I'd believe that.
And he says deck for drop.
And
He's
chat for speak, and
He's got some fun ones.
got his own little language, but that doesn't matter.
He's an entertainer.
That's right.
Sting's had a lot of success already this year.
Yeah, I believe so. He's I've seen him up in the results quite a lot. Definitely in some 3 sheeps as well.
Geary Golden Collar did
That sounds right. Yeah.
quite well.
Right.
Host of Dog Talk
That's right.
podcast.
Many strings to Dan's bow, and does all of them exceptionally well. He's a really strong advocate for the sport and for dog trialing. So the judge wants them delivered into that square. Dan can't move off his casting peg, so it's not a huge amount of area to work with. You're going to see all 3 of those sheep come across the mown line before Dan moves on. Done a very nice job keeping things calm and under control.
And even though Dan's making it look like the sheep follow the handler, they certainly have not been doing that the last 4 days.
Not at all. You'd be forgiven for thinking that these were 3 of Dan's trainer sheep. He's doing a really nice job keeping Sting off, just applying enough pressure to keep things under control. Pretty well on course. They just drifted behind him a little bit there, and perhaps again, but they're only minus 1 points here and there.
I guess that's like any sport. The top athletes make it look effortless.
They
And
do.
it's exactly the same with this. The best handlers make the movements and the communication with the dog and the stock look effortless.
Yeah, they do. And Dan particularly really in tune with his dogs. I often say when I see Gary run that he gets so lucky with his sheep every single time. But good handler, good dog, they make their own luck. This has proved a tricky spot for everyone the last 4 days. Motley's Corner, I believe we're calling it. There's not much margin for error before those sheep duck around the corner. So Dan's doing a really good job here, just keeping the dog at distance.
And would you say, like, with all of the areas, particularly in the yard, it's really about helping the dog identify the leader of the three and rolling them round into the position of movement?
Yeah, that's it. All the best guys have got that time and clarity to manipulate their three sheep or the mob in the yards and find that one that wants to have a look and take a lead for him. So that's what Dan's doing here, is just trying to manipulate the mob and get some heads to turn. Beautifully done.
String instead of skin.
Oh, you can hear him say deck in there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what command you use. If it works for you and the dog, then it's probably the right one. Well, I think Dan sometimes does like to do things just a little bit differently. Just a little break there, but maybe just a 1 point. In the yards, we'll take points for the sheep breaking. Hasn't really been an issue in this set of yards. They've been pretty good sheep to work, really.
Get off! Sting!
You could just feel the pressure building there as Dan was trying to roll that mob in. You hear it in his voice too. Just a couple of little breaks there. There we go.
Dan has mentioned as well in the walk around the judges' talk before the nursery the other day that at each of the little milestones throughout the course, he actually stops and resets himself and just recalibrates his thinking, which is a really good tip, I think, for beginners like myself, because it's very stressful when you're out there.
It can be. That's a great way of approaching it. Just focus on the little pieces in front of you, put them in the pen, take a deep breath, take a second to assess what you're going to do next. Didn't quite have lookers there, but Sting came up and did a good job and found some. We should get the rest flying up nicely now. The judge, they're standing there nicely now, but the judge is asking to be firm to the front. And we do that because this is designed to replicate a drenching race at home. So that if they're packed up nice and firm, then there's not much room for movement and it's much easier to do a job on them. Sheep straight out. And Sting just having a little end there, but well managed by Dan.
So all these gates here, it's tricky to remember to shut all of them. What's the points loss if you forget a gate, Barrick?
It'll vary to the judge, but for me, it's just been a consistent 3 per gate. And I'll make a point of asking the competitor to come back and shut it, just so you don't get a time advantage as well. But you'll still lose your 3.
Now the corridor along here, you can see there's a separate kind of mode section with pegs. So same 9 meters apart.
That's it, 9 meters wide and 9 meters between the yellow markers. Dan had them set up nicely on course. He started walking, but they're just drifting out in front of him now.
And just explain the point score system around each of the obstacles that we've got coming up. So we've got the first one that he's got to kind of try and coerce them through.
Yeah, so through the gap. So at the moment we're still on course points. So just single points for being off course and having the sheep out of your distance. But now that Dan stepped into that circle, the judging will change. So as if the sheep go past the obstacle without going through, then it's 1 to 3 points, depending on the level of, I guess, how far past the sheep go and how many go through as well. But Dan's done that perfectly, kept them on course, shaped up. Now, in both our talks for Jeff and I, we gave the competitors an opportunity to catch these sheep, put them back on course before they leave the set.
And how far out is that, the boundary on that side? Can they run before they start losing points?
I guess that varies to judge, but I look for as soon as possible. So sheep are always going to move differently, but if you've made the best possible effort to catch them as quickly as possible and put them on course, then I won't take any points. But if you're sitting back and maybe letting those sheep drift, or you miss an opportunity to catch them straight away, then that's when I'll start taking some points.
So I guess that's where you kind of see the element of the stockmanship come in as well, of being able to smoothly keep the direction and flow of the stock.
Yeah, that's right. You want to be able to read the play, and you certainly see some competitors are better than others at understanding that judge's talk and at understanding the moment. And Dan had the presence of mind there to stay in his set, try and get around the sheep and maximise his points. So like we were saying to Rick, this has been probably the trickiest part of the whole course. And Dan's done well. He's pulled them up before the mouth of the obstacle.
And quite a delicate balance of working out what that bubble is of pressure around this area.
That's right. It very often just the difference of 1 or 2 steps. He's done that exceptionally well. Just came around the front, got ahead in the right space, put them through. So again, Dan's staying in the set. He's caught the sheep well. And for maximum points, he needs to put them back between those yellow markers before he starts walking. A little bit of tie off his sleeve, but
As we saw with Danny, you can have all the time in the world and it's still
you can have
you get to the pen.
too much time at points.
So what's the distance between that last obstacle and the pen?
Really quickly, 6 markers. So we're six nines are thinking back to primary school maths.
Our maths, yeah.
50 odd meters maybe.
We're not here for our math skills, don't worry.
54 meters.
Half the length of a showground.
A minute is still in. Dan can't have any missteps here, but he's still got plenty of time to get these sheep in the pen.
Well, did you see he almost penned the other day? I think he was 5 seconds off, or
yeah.
So he's going to try not make that same mistake again, I think.
In the novice, he was on for top score in the first rounds, but just tried to make it a little too pretty. Look at this, gone straight in. That's exceptional time management.
And he didn't make that same mistake. Well done, Dan.
Very well done. There you go. You don't need 4 minutes at the pen. You need 45 seconds and a bit of motivation, and you can make it happen.
Great run for Dan. Loves his dogs. Next up, Gary White and White's Albert.
Springwell Cavalieri, which takes him to a total of 106.
Did you say 56? Oh my. $66.
66.
So the last score was 66 for Dan Camilleri.
And of course now, the old master Gary White with Albert.
So what can't you learn from Gary White? I think that's a good question when you're watching him out here with his third dog in the finals.
I probably wouldn't take his advice on supporting footy teams, but outside of that, not much that Gary hasn't won, that he hasn't judged, or that he can't teach. He's now doing schools full-time, I believe, all around the country and overseas. And online, that's right.
Gary White Working Dog Training.com. Joining the list of Australia's best working dog trainers and handlers with some online course help for people at home that just need a little bit of motivation and some exercises and drills to do out in either their round yard or their paddock. You've been to a couple of Gary schools, haven't you, Barrick?
I have, I think 2, maybe 5 or 6 years apart. Just went back for a little refresher to remind myself of all the things I hadn't done that he told me to do. But yeah, really valuable schools. Gary keeps it very simple, really emphasises the natural traits of a dog and how to get the most out of that.
And help the handlers understand the power of body language.
That's right. He's done a really good job here. Things got a little messy at the top of the cast.
What he calls the tail end balance.
That's right. He's picked up the right spot now and yeah, got these sheep settled and coming down quite nicely.
I guess that's one of the key things as well. We were talking before about what kind of things you should know or be able to do with your dog before coming to one of these events. And I think that tail end balance with the cast is probably, that sets you up for a good start.
That's right. That sets the tone for the rest of the run, especially in the utility.
And at distance.
At distance.
Lots of people ask Gary at the schools, how do I get greater distance on the cast? And he always says, take it back to the round yard. The cast starts in the round yard, not in the paddock.
Yeah, that's right. If you've got the fundamentals down nice and close quarters, then that's when you can start to progress them out to the big arena like this. And as we've seen, the wheels can come off at 100 metres. So you've got to have that control over your dog. It's a fine balance here. You want to look after your 3 sheep, but Gary would be mindful there's 20 points on offer at the pen. So while you want to make it pretty and perfect, you still need to get these sheep in the yard as efficiently as possible and get on with the rest of the course.
So is at one point, what's the points if you get taken outside of that 9 metre corridor? What's the points loss around that?
Yeah, so we're looking at basically replicating that 9 metre corridor for distance. So the further they go, the more points you'll lose, just single points for every corridor. And then also while those sheep are off course, each time you walk past another yellow marker that indicates 9 metres, you're going to be losing another point. So while the points are only coming off in ones, they can add up quite quickly when things go awry. Now, as much as I'd love to stay here and commentate with you guys all day, I do have a wife and kids to get home to. We've just moved into our new house yesterday, so I need to go home and do
thank you very much for your time and your expertise. Great job on the judging. Didn't throw any bonus points my way, but, won't hold that against you.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. And have a safe trip home. Everyone that's been out here this weekend, have a safe trip home on the roads from Nyngan. Thanks, Barrick. See you at the next event.
Thank you.
So Gary just trying to roll the sheep through this gate without any breakaways. I think Barrick was saying 1 point deducted for each. So just trying to keep the mob as neat as you can. A couple of people have had pretty smooth transitions through this gate area. And there they go. Last 3 sheep to be drafted out in this open championship event. Gary's done that with ease. His 3rd dog in the finals. Doing his gates up, and he'll move back out to move through the last 3 obstacles. Just over 5 minutes remaining, which is about what most handlers have had remaining at this point in this final. And one of the most important parts here is trying to help the dog adjust from the high energy of the yard back into maintaining a cool, calm bubble with a little bit of pressure out here. And without crossing, which results, of course, in a disqualification. Albert trying to help the leader of the 3 sheep there to see the gap between the 2 panels and move them through, and he's done that nicely. Gary's got just over 2.5 minutes for the last obstacle in the pen. And those sheep made a good decision to walk through. Gary's got to bring them back into the corridor. Gary and Albert, I should say. And there he goes. He's got his march on. He would know that he's got just over a minute to go. Sheep in no hurry, taking a little moment to eat some grass. So all 3 sheep have to be in the pen over the line before Gary can start to shut the gate. Once he begins the gate shut, he can't stop even if the sheep run out. And there he goes. It's a run. It's a run. And he makes it. Well done, Gary White.
I think this is the second time we've done that with the same
Yeah,
one.
the second penning. Just waiting for the judge to let us know the results of Gary's third run.
Gary got a score of 76.
76.
To a total of 127.
A total of 127 in this final. Next up, we have Micah and his dog Felix. So 3 dogs to go for this top 15, and then we'll be moving into the final, which is the 7.
I have to get above 103 to make that top 7.
And Nina's just let us know that you've got to get over 103 to be making it into the final 7. So anyone on the combined 2 rounds of over 103 points will be in the top 7. So we've got Felix about to head out with Micah, and Felix is a collie, another collie on the grounds. Micah representing Queensland last night in the Interstate Challenge. After Micah, we've got Tony Overton on his second run with Ziva, and finally Dan Camilleri with Ever Ready J. And I think we've got Greg Walton joining us and Matt from Enduro.
Yeah, good. It's nice and warm up here.
Matt, amazing to have you here for the
Thank you.
Australian Enduro Utility Championship, the final top 15. And we've got Micah and Felix just heading out on the ground now. Tell us about how your last couple of days has been here. You haven't been long with the team at Enduro, but loving coming out and seeing real dogs performing, shiny coats all around.
Shiny coats all around. That's it. No, it's been a really good time. Yeah, Ningin's really turned it on for us. The wind's picked up a little bit today, but it's been a good couple of days. Really good competitors, healthy looking dogs.
And we're just waiting for I'm not sure that the timer went off yet, so Micah's just bringing Felix back there. Bit excited for the start, I think, Felix. There we go. So our judge, Jeff, signalling the start. Felix off on a clockwise direction. Nice wide cast. What's been the biggest surprise for you watching the runs out here the last couple of days? Been to a utility championship before?
I haven't. It's their first time. Cracking sport. I think it's a very, very good sport. Lots of challenges for the competitors. Surprise? No real surprises. Just a very good sport. Been more impressed than anything else.
And some good people too.
100%. Great community. That's a very strong thing about this sport that I've picked up.
And are you leaning more towards Team Kelpie or Team Border Collie in this kind of event?
That is a dangerous question, and I'm not going to answer that one.
All dogs created equal.
But that's it.
Well, working dogs anyway.
Yeah.
We did have some pugs on field yesterday
Yeah.
that decided that they might like to give themselves a crack at getting the sheep in the yard.
Yeah.
Poor Tony Overton. He got to have a restart because a couple of rogue pug dogs escaped from the crowd. We had the Ningin Ag show happening here as well.
Yep. You got a good shot of that too, didn't you? A couple of good shots. It was good.
No, I don't think pugs will be a threat in here anytime soon. So Felix is trying to establish that connection with the sheep. maintaining the bubble with just enough pressure to move them without splitting them all up, which we haven't really seen in this top 15. You'd expect that with all of Australia's top, some of Australia's top dog handlers and dogs out here today at Nyngan. Don't worry, I did give some entertainment with splitting the sheep apart in my nursery runs, so plenty of entertainment. Lots to learn, but just an incredible experience to sit up here and watch these guys and really be taking notice of the things that they do, the way that they communicate with their dogs and move their bodies to keep the sheep on track as well.
Yeah.
So Felix just trying to move these 3 sheep into the delivery square before Micah can make his move over to the yard. Just really trying to get in close enough to have enough pressure to move the sheep, but without sending them in all different directions.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Greg Walton here, watching Micah and Felix approaching the yards. When you're out there trialling, they're the last things you want to see. Those sheep ducking around that side, pretty hard to see what your dog's up to. Nice little touch there on the sheep. It's a fine line between just enough pressure and too much. The wind's picked up here a little bit this morning at Nyngan, and the sheep are reacting to it.
So tell us about what your kind of headspace was when you're at this point, Greg, this morning.
My headspace is to get to the yards, so I can put the sheep through the yards with enough time to get out and do a neat paddock section, because the pen is where the money's at. So without the pen, yeah, you're not in the ribbons. So yeah, there's a fair bit of pressure for Micah here now to get these in the yards and get around with enough time. And at the moment we're sitting on 8 minutes, with enough time to get out and complete the circuit.
And we've seen most handlers this morning have had about 6 minutes after they've left the yard section to complete the rest of the course.
That's enough time, as long as we don't have hiccups along the way. So yeah, it's enough time if you just take it nice and steady and the sheep flow through those obstacles.
And we were talking about it's a lot of pressure for first timers to be out there on the ground, but even you seasoned professionals, what's it like?
It's nerve-wracking. When I first started trialing, I asked the experienced blokes and ladies, did they get nervous? And they all said no. I found out a few years later they did. Yeah. So, and I'm one of those. I get nervous. Yeah. To control your nerves, that's most important because your dog also picks up on that nervous energy.
Like any top sports person.
That wind, eh?
Yeah. Well, it must be coming from, must be a northerly wind by the look of the gum trees.
Yep, I'd say so. Okay, he's got a nice touch there on his sheep. If you can roll that lead around, it'd be nice. And headspace, yes, Ali, is all about those sheep not breaking.
So I think Barrack was saying it's 1 point off for every break in this section.
Depending on distance.
Okay.
Yep.
In the yard.
In the yard,
Yep.
yeah. So the further they travel in that break, the more points are being taken off. So there we've got a few, as opposed to, say, one behind the back of the gate.
And are you the kind of person that is thinking about those points as you're going through, or you just don't think about the points and just get the course done as efficiently as you can?
I'm trying to prevent those points from escaping. So I see a sheep looking and I'm assessing if that sheep is about to break. If it is, and the dog hasn't picked it up, yep, I'm putting my dog there. It's about, yeah, this game is a point game. So as many points as you can save, the better we're doing. Okay, he's got them there in the force. It's important to latch that bolt gate back. If they bump it, your day's not as good. Just trying to roll them around, find that leader. We've got a looker there now. And there we go. So we need to clear those front sheep, move them forward. He's done that now. And the rest should follow. Okay, we sent his dog forward there. Jeff would have wanted those sheep on the front gate. He's asked for an assist if he can unload. He's done that. Now to clear the next bolt gate. He's got a sheep there on the left, looking to go. He just turned. Still looking. He's turned it back to the mob. Ah, we've got a leader there, beautiful. As a trialer, you do breathe a sigh of relief when that happens.
2.5 minutes, he's going to have to get his power walking on.
I would think so. But being a point game, if he gets out here now and keeps it neat and tidy, he's not losing many more points.
There's been a couple of different approaches to this part this morning. Just talk us through.
Okay, so we want our sheep coming out straight. We don't want them curling back around to their mates in the yards, and we don't want them coming, well, either way, to the left or to the right. So we want an approach on these sheep that's just nice and steady, like Michael's doing here now. But we would ideally like that dog to come out without any more further bumping and without a cross. So there have been crosses this weekend at this section. Now he's driven those sheep back there and off course, but we've got them back on course now. And if Micah acts as a block on one side and the sheep this side, we should be in fine form. But with 1 minute and 20 to go, yeah.
And 3 fresh sheep.
And 3, yeah. They have been coming out relatively well out of the yard. He's got 3 good sheep here. And the trick now is to keep 3 good sheep. And keep them within that 9 metre distance, side, back and front. He's doing a great job there. While as a trialer, you continue to walk a straight line.
And not trip over the pegs.
Not do any of that, yeah. So he just probably needs to put a little bit more on course in the middle. And block them from going around. He's done that successfully. Great job. And they're looking, and through they go. Well done, Micah.
On the buzzer.
Well, he saved those 7 points. Yeah, great job. Tony next. So shortly we have Tony Overton on course. He would be wanting a cracking run here to make it into the top 7.
Which gives him a total of 87. Next up in the Enduro Australia All Utility Championship, we've got Tony Overton with Diva. Then we've got Daniel Camilleri with Jay. After Jay, the judge will be having 15-20 minutes to let his dogs out, have something to eat, and then we'll go straight into the Australian Enduro Utility Championships. Heading down to the point again.
Okay, looks like Tony's all set up, ready to go. Ziva's looking in the right direction. You'll see many handlers before they run bring their dog up to the casting peg, this end, and showing their dog where those sheep are coming from to prevent that initial cross on the cast.
Which was more difficult in the dark.
Yeah.
There were a couple of dogs last night that were looking around.
Yeah, the darkness definitely does bring a different perspective to the whole game.
But I guess you don't really spend a typical day working in the dark either, so the dogs really aren't.
Only if you're rustling.
The sheep a bit bouncy out.
Yeah. And Jeff has been very consistent in ensuring those sheep are settled before he calls time on. Okay, so Zeev's got a nice wide cast there. This approach is most important. So came in a little bit close and consequently bumped those sheep. And the sheep here tend to run towards the west across the ground. So the weight is always on that right-hand side, or it tends to be. So they have been delivered, but not settled.
And just explain the delivery.
Okay, so you want them to come down quickly in a utility trial because its time is so important. But when you have got them down relatively quickly, you don't want them bouncing around. So you want them still calm enough so you can do exactly what Tony is doing, walking them quietly to the yards. Because every time they bounce out those lines, you're losing points. And in our Sally, this is the last thing we want, them to duck around that corner. Straight into the yards. Oh.
Is that luck or good handling?
We'll call that both. Yeah. It just shows you how keen these dogs are. They absolutely love this job. And fed by the best food on the market, Enduro, I guess.
There you go.
So here, once again, it's so important to block those sheep from ducking off into the middle of the yard, but still pushing them forward. So the dog is doing two jobs there. It's bringing the tail along and then preventing those middle sheep from breaking out. Okay, successfully in the force, cleared the gate. He has a mile of time left. So with some luck, he'll be back in the paddock with a good 8 minutes to spare. On lots of Tony's runs, he has managed to get to the yards in a very quick time.
Well, as the president of the New South Wales Yard Dog Association, you think he's spent his fair amount of time at yard trials?
You would, and I think the numbers of sheep that he runs where he works, yeah, I think he has the right article for the job as well. There we go. Got a nice lead up the race. I think he's entrusted the day-to-day operations of the farm to Sandy and Mandy and whoever else he has working for him. So you're in capable hands.
Yeah, Sandy, Mandy, and dogs. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lay down there. Lay down. Lay down.
Okay, those front two, they're looking like they're wanting to do something. Not too sure of the dog at their feet. And we're looking to go forward. There we go. Okay, so he just needs the last 3 into the side pen. Successfully cleared that jam. And it looks like the last 3 about to come through. 1, 2, and 3. You can tidy up his gates now. So on the on this course, leaving any gates undone is a costly mistake because you only need 1 point to be out of a final. So 8.5 minutes.
Well, everyone at this point in the top 15 has done the gates a few times, so hopefully they're not forgetting any.
You still have a good look. As a trialer, you have to be multitasked, be able to do those latches up, work your dog at the same time, and think about where you're going. Okay, back on course nicely.
Another thing about these corridors is important to remember that the handler has to be on the left side, like driving a car.
Yes, yeah. Ideally.
For maximum points.
For maximum points.
Points game, remember.
Yeah, points game. This is all about stockmanship, good dogs, but it is a point game. You got to save those points where you can. Okay, we're looking. No. So this approach is important. So we want the sheep to trickle to where we need them, but not run. Just under 6 minutes. You've still got plenty of time, but we do need to get this obstacle.
How often are you looking at the time when you're out on the grounds?
Utility trial, when I'm coming out of the yards, I have a quick look just so I know approximately what time I have left out there, and that will influence some of my decisions. And then the only other time I then look at it is when I'm walking towards the pen. So this trial, I haven't done that very often.
Everyone's got their own strategy, right? With the timing.
They do, yeah. Some people find that if you wear a watch or a clock, it puts undue pressure on them. I find that those that can manage that win trials or pen because they know they've got 10 seconds left or whatever. And as shown by Gary there a couple of runs ago, with what, 2 seconds to go? Yeah. So without knowing, yeah.
Gary's done that a couple of times actually this event.
He has. He has. His very first run.
And then Dan missed the pen by 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But then made up for it in his run in this fight.
Yeah. Danny Kerr doesn't wear a watch or a clock, and he just seems to have that internal clock operating. Okay, through we go for just over 4 minutes. Hopefully we get the next obstacle. And the sheep are looking a little bit more settled out there now. So he's just walked at the right time there, just so he's sort of blocking his side as much as he can, and the dog is doing her bit. Seaver's blocked him nicely there. Sheep still look settled. It'd be nice for him to wing him in here.
So I guess the key here is to just make sure you keep your patience and your level head.
Yes, you're correct. It's difficult because you know you're nearly there, but not quite. And I think the better trialers manage that a lot better than some others.
Just try to make good decisions in this last bit.
You do. And you want your dog out here at this point. So if the sheep are a little bit unsettled, as these are here at the moment, you don't want your dog pushing tails. You want them just off enough. And then that, just a bit of overrun there, just enough to turn that sheep back around.
And how much are the overruns costing you at this point?
Huge. Yep. So, yeah. In these scenarios here, you tend to be working 5:30, 6:30, not 9 and 3 o'clock. Now they've been through, so you might hope that they will find that as comfortable the second time to go through, but all three this time. That black there on the outside is causing us issues. And then the other thing that you need to do on these obstacles is anticipate. Watch those sheep, see what they're thinking, and then anticipate.
And I guess not asking the dog to do the same thing again if it's already done it and not had the best outcome, like helping them realize themselves that they can make different scenarios, like set up different scenarios to have better outcomes.
Yeah. So often working the front of the obstacle is quite successful. If you just keep on wheeling your dog around, you just continue to push your sheep around that obstacle. And of course, every time you do, you're losing 3 points plus distance points. So yeah, it becomes quite a costly exercise. Now, if we can pull them up here and then sneak them around. Now, it always amazes me, there's a gap there and they just look straight past it. So there, he's gone this way this time. And not overrun.
Nearly feels like the dog knows the the time's counting down on this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it's time for Tony.
I think that shows as well, like you can have all the time in the world when you get out of the yard, and it doesn't really matter because you can have a scenario like that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. In one of my early runs, the sheep just would not walk off the dog, and you can't go anywhere if the sheep's standing still. And there he is, giving the dog a pat. It's always nice to see the handlers giving the dogs a pat. Job well done. Regardless of outcome. Job well done.
Tony gets out a score of 15, so it gives him a total of 57. Next up, we've got Daniel Camilleri. He's the last in our top 15, okay, with Jay. Starts on 55. Jay's also in the next two of the final. Yep, he's the last.
15.
So, after Daniel finishes, we'll give the judge a break. We've got a few dogs there, so we'll out and so we'll give him 15, 20 minutes or whatever. And then we'll
Okay, so we've got Dan and Sting.
A J.
Jay. Dan and Jay. He's very, very successful in business with his Hooked on Hounds enterprise and as a trialer. Puts a lot of effort into both. He has great command on his dogs, as you can see here. Okay, it's a nice approach, nice steady approach. The sheep are responding in a relaxed way. And they've kept fairly well within that 8-metre corridor. And I think Dan is asking a question about one of the sheep. He's thinking one of the sheep is lame or might be wool blind, but he's asking the judge a question. So I think he will deliver them and then they'll look at the sheep.
And will that be a pause in the time for him?
It will, I would think, be a swap out of sheep if the judge considers we can get him to the yard, but you wouldn't want that sheep, if it is something not quite right, you wouldn't want to be taking that sheep back out, and you could possibly draft that sheep back out into the main ring. I can't see from here what Daniel's seeing. The sheep are just there evaluating the dog. Is the dog going to move us? Or we can just stay here and have a graze? Okay, in through the front, it's lovely. Good work, Dan. No, we're all good. We're good to go. So you're hoping that gentle approach will now reward you walking to the yards.
Stand off. Right out. Stand. Stand. Right out.
So tell us about this walk along here. Is it important for the sheep and the dog to be positioned in, like obviously the handler has to stay on the left on that line, mode line there, but can the sheep and the dog be in front, behind? What's ideal here?
Wherever, what's ideal is to get those sheep to the yards with very few points lost. So if the dog needs to be blocking those sheep because they're going to take off, that's the ideal position. If behind and they're walking steadily, great. And maybe sometimes even off balance over on this side. So we are just trying to get to the yards with as fewer points lost as possible. But here we have to protect behind Dan's back, so we don't want sheep going in behind the gate there, and we don't want sheep going in front of Dan around the corner. So ideally straight up the laneway is where we need our sheep to be.
And because Dan can't actually move with that gate now that he's come to a stop, so he can't use the gate to force or encourage the sheep in a particular way.
Or body movement. So he's stuck there like a post, and that dog has to do the rest of the work.
But he can use his stick.
He can use his stick not to influence the sheep. Some dogs in their training are trained with influence of a stick, and some handlers find that useful when they come out.
But the stick there's rules on the parameters around it.
Certain length can't be longer than 18 inches, and you can't use it below shoulder height. It has to be used above shoulder height. So below shoulder height, a judge may think that you're trying to influence the sheep.
Obviously, because that's where the eye level is of the sheep.
Correct, yeah.
They're not moving their heads too much.
Yeah.
So Dan's word for drop is deck.
Yes. And he obviously asked Jay to move to a certain spot, but he decided to drop there. So he said, yeah, well, that'll do. So he's gone, he reverted back to a whistle. He had a whistle in the paddock. He used voice commands on his walk to the yards, and now he's reversing to a whistle. So as you can see, depending on the scenario, we use whistle, voice commands, sometimes hand gestures, to get the job done.
Do you think in this scenario, just watching what he's doing, he's using the whistle to create more energy and movement for them?
I'm not too sure how he trains his dog, but I know I throw the whistle in my mouth when I'm getting a bit nervous. So it takes that nervous energy out of my voice, which, dogs pick up on it really quickly. And now we're going back to a voice command.
There's a dog out there that doesn't like the whistle.
So Jay's just getting a bit fixated with the tail, and Dan is obviously concerned that that lead sheep might break. So Dan uses left and right for commands to go in clockwise or anti-clockwise. So all handlers have different commands. I hope there are no politicians listening at the moment. He's raising his voice to a dog.
Oh yes, the Barnaby incident.
Oh dear. We're getting a bit sensitive, aren't we? Okay, well done, Dan. So you can see that was quite a tussle between dog and sheep and Dan, but he did that very, very well. So you notice the judge, jumps out of his buggy. So he's taking every opportunity to watch every movement of that dog. So he's got them to the front of the race there nicely.
We'd say that was tightly packed.
I'd say that's tightly. I'd say it's-
But you just don't want any blockages in there with that.
Go back. Good boy. Keep going back. Go back. Check.
Okay, so Dan knows he's getting short on time. His movements are getting quicker.
Stop. Get off.
So he's hoping for that was lovely. Sheep flowing through nicely. He's got his last 3. It's important to close that gate first so they don't run back through.
He actually
Through
said
draft.
a couple of rounds ago he actually forgot to even open that gate. So
So they're nerves.
Yeah.
They're nerves. And your mind on the job, you're doing that job and you're thinking of the next one.
yeah, of course, because you're doing each of the stages to set up the success of the next stage.
Yeah,
So
correct, yeah.
you're not thinking about the moment as such, but what's going to benefit you.
A lot of people think it's just dog trialing, but there are a lot of decisions you're making every second. And you would have known with your run the other night. There's lots of decisions being made. Okay, so that little sheep's a little bit unsettled, but Jay's fixed that nicely. It's nice to hear the handlers praising their dogs for good work. He's got them travelling lovely.
Must have had a chat to them on their way out.
Yeah. So he just needs to nudge them a bit. Beautiful, well done. They're looking pretty well lined up. So with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, you would hope they walk straight through here, and they are. Hello, Lily, you'd be saying. And they're still nice and relaxed.
He drafted some good ones out, didn't he?
He did indeed. And you hope that too. You hope what comes out the other side is going to play the game.
Dan was the judge of the nursery section, which is for the beginner handlers out here, and he does such a great job with that role. He's so supportive, and he just says at the start, it's not about the points, it's about everyone getting to pen. Helps you throughout the whole course, and just make sure that it's a really good entry into this sport, into the industry for anyone going out there for the first time, because it is daunting.
It is very daunting.
The stress nearly blows your mind when you're out there.
Yeah.
Knowing also that there's a lot of veterans and like the best of the best are here this weekend, and they're all watching you.
Yeah.
But yeah,
The biggest critic though out there is yourself.
Yes. And yeah, Dan just did a great job, as he always does, in supporting those new and young handlers.
And I have found within the sporting dog world, there are very many people who are more than willing to help you out, which is lovely,
Even coming off the ground, people that you don't know or haven't met yet come up to you and just offer advice or tips in a really nice way, which is great.
Supportive way, yeah.
And where, you know, like you could come off and you get heckled and, you know, everyone has a bit of a crack, but it's really nice.
I think, Sally, they all realise they've been in your shoes at one point or another. And it was probably yesterday they might have been in your shoes one way or the other. So.
Oh, well, I will gladly be in their shoes one day.
No, the old rooster feather duster scenario happens a lot in this game.
So Dan's on his march now.
He is. He's got a minute 13. So if all things went well, he could pen. Just on a minute now. And it's very important at this point not to panic as a handler. You know, what's going to happen is going to happen. So just continue with the dog and the sheep. If you make time, you make time. If you don't, and he's got, you know, a good 35 seconds to pen these, and I would think he will.
You're not allowed to say that when you've got the mic on, Greg.
Oh, well, you know, I'm supporting him. My prediction is looking a bit hairy though now.
Get in.
Yeah.
The grass is much tastier inside the pen.
Yeah. So he's so close. So close. And they're going to walk in on the buzzer.
Oh, my buzzer must have been a bit off. Apologies, everyone.
Oh,
just short.
And yeah. My prediction was only 2 seconds out.
Oh.
Well, and there's that pat. Well done, Dan and Jay.
So we're going to have a break so the judge can have a coffee and some food probably and let his dogs out and everyone reset. And then we'll be back for the final 7 just down there. So great. Isn't that so good to see?
It is so good to see, yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for the opportunity for me to commentate.
Oh, thank you so much, Greg. And amazing to watch you out there today. Very inspiring. And, yeah, you're from Penrith.
Penrith, yeah.
And
City boy.
Yeah, part of the Hawkesbury Working Dog Club?
No. I tend to keep to myself pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm always traveling. I have a pretty good life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Maybe get you back in for the finals if you're around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So everyone will be taking a short break. We'll just leave it on this screen for the next start.
Well done, Dan. You got a score of 57.
Score of 57 for Dan. He's on a total of 112. So we'll work out that leaderboard as well to show you, and we'll bring it up on the screen, and we'll be back in about 15 or 20 minutes.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our final 7 dogs of the Australian Enduro Utility Final
for 2026.
2026. First dog out, Adrian Newton with Tumut Valley Sioux. Set a cracking pace this morning in his first run. Wind's picked up a bit here at lunchtime, so sheep just aren't quite as settled. Could be some negative comments coming out of the box the next hour or two. 2 handlers with the tail between their legs, ready to go home and get better.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. You'd like to be out there
next year. Ooh.
Or the year after.
Ooh.
And that just goes to show how a cracking young dog like that, fantastic first 2 rounds, and then we have sheep that come out and the dog is in a little bit of pain.
So remind me, why do we do it, Greg?
Why? We are eternal optimists. And we do it for the pleasure, Tony, don't we?
We do.
We do. Bit of camaraderie, bit of banter, bit of fun and games. And then there's this. Dog has recovered well, though.
It is.
Yeah, and Adrian's recovered well.
And it's not all over. First dog out, he just needs a score.
Yeah.
You just don't know what's going to happen to the rest of them. All 3 scores combined together.
But what I like here, this dog has composed itself and is doing a marvellous job bringing him back to the hammer.
That sheep's thinking about coming around the corner, which is not going to help him here.
That nice little tuck in. And I guess we should say we're so grateful to Sally & Co. for live streaming this for us.
Kelpie Co.
Yep.
Because it brings our passion to the world, doesn't it?
And there's a lot of handlers that would love to be here in circumstances. It's a hard gig, started on Wednesday. People working for a living. Can't make it. I can be here in spirit watching it at home on the couch.
Well, I know of a couple of people who would love to have been here, but they're in bed. Not because they're lazy.
Yep.
But circumstances. Yeah.
Yeah. Thoughts with David Lee. He on his way and he had a little back injury. So we would have loved to have seen him here representing South Australia last night in the state challenge. So he did get them delivered. They just went through the corner there.
And he's on his walk.
I do think Adrian intentionally puts his hands in his pockets to try and keep himself under wraps.
And those sheep have seen their mates in the yard. And they can hear them. And that's a blessing.
And Adrian's probably making decisions thinking, right, I've lost a few. Righto, let's regroup. And those sheep, they knew that there was freedom out there from the last time they were there. And Adrian's perspective, he can probably see his dog there, but there's a little blind spot comes in a minute. So there's a lot of trust comes in that dog to be able to do what you need it to do.
That lead sheep is just not looking. There's a 2-metre gateway there.
And isn't it funny? We all want distance in our dogs in this game, and yet that's what's causing the dog a problem there. That it's actually too wide. It's not actually coming in and can't get there quick enough because of the distance it's running.
Okay. Now he's going to go
He got him
again.
there,
No, he's having a bit of a look now at that lead sheep.
He's
There
got
we
him.
go. Yep. Oh, there we go. Yeah. And Adrian now breathes a sigh of relief.
So we've just got a question to explain how the accumulative points. So the first round in the Open, the scores, which without looking at the scoring, I think Adrian might have actually had a good score in his first round. And then he scored this morning in the first round of the top 15. He's added to that, and then this score will be added on also. So the score that is out of a possible 300 will be the winning dog. So it's not just about putting 1 or 2 good runs together. It is about consistency. So at this stage, a dog might run 350s, and that might be without knowing what the highest score is. But there's a possibility that a low-scoring dog that's consistently getting there may have the opportunity to win.
Or in my case, Tony, a low-scoring dog consistently didn't get in there.
That is true. That is true. Got a good feed up into the race there. Just got a little jam, a little bit of push from the backs. Just done it for him. He was wondering whether they need to drop him over the front. Puts him up on that front gate nice and firm.
And these dogs are so responsive, aren't they?
And this one's so happy.
Yep. So he's just been knocked out of the race. There's no, if the dog jumped out because it didn't want to be in there, that's very different to the dog just being knocked out. So dog should always be in the yard that he's working the sheep, but there'd be no loss of points there. That was just how it happened. So it's interesting in rules and things. You always need rules that are free enough to
Allow for unforeseen.
allow for the unexpected.
Yeah.
He actually had a sheep there looking that was just going, can I go up there, please? And it just didn't quite have his gate set ready to go. But often if you get a sheep looking like that, he's got to start.
And we've got just over 7 minutes. So he's tracking well.
These sheep are kindly donated by Mullingadgery Merino Stud. Cracking young sheep. They have been very much the same all weekend. If your dog is out of position for one moment, they do not forgive it, which makes for really, really good trialling. We're looking for the best dog that can handle these sheep. And yet, if you've got a dog on song, you get the rewards.
And so what we're witnessing here are 7 dogs that know their job, able to take direction and successfully get these sheep around the course.
And a handler that has a good mindset, that he's calm enough in the head. Like we all talk about the dog, but old handler's got to be able to keep it all together too, and work him and position him and play the strategy. There's a lot of thoughts that go on out there. It's not just about going and working a dog. It's about, do I go hard now? Do I go soft now? And these sheep have just pulled this side of the pen on him a little bit. Now they've come out. So here he's got to make the option. Does he come under behind his leg there?
You can see Adrian just stepping forward with that left foot. I think he's going to want his dog to sneak in around the back of him. There we go.
And now they've gone back the other way.
Lovely.
That's just a sweet bit of work.
So he's got him on course and ready for the walk.
So there's the decision making. Set the sheep up ready for the next bit. It's not all about what you're doing now. It's also setting them up for where you're going to get further down the course. Just let them slip out of the corridor a little bit there. As we know, every point counts. Just, you don't know how it's going to come down at the end. 1 point here, 1 point there might be the difference. Got them walking along nicely.
That lead sheep is looking for an escape there to the left. He's turned it around, beautiful, and should now go through that gap. He's having a good look at that gap.
The fact that that toilet, the sheep just had a little toilet break there is a good thing. That means he's actually starting to relax a little bit, starting to think. Whenever they're up and the emotions are high on your sheep, they stop thinking.
And
there he goes.
there we go.
Just that is sweet.
Yeah. And as a handler, you're breathing a sigh of relief because that's the first of 3.
Just leaving it behind a little bit. He just give him a little hurry up. Then it's fraught with danger because the hurry up can either blow him straight out the other side of the next obstacle or out this side behind him. Our Jeff, Judge Mr. Jeff McDougall. So he positions himself so he can see exactly what's going on. He's got a really good perspective of where the lines are, when a sheep steps over the line, when a sheep steps outside the obstacle.
So these are setting up nicely here. That sheep there on the left is having a good look. The one in the middle there now.
Just tucks him around the end of that obstacle. Ooh, and a little startle. We've got just over 2 minutes left on the clock. So if you can get him through the next go. So he's just going around, plenty of distance there. Tucks him in there.
And we're looking.
Just got a head on the air.
Yeah, we're
on
looking.
the left sheep. Beautiful.
And tuck in there. And just on 2 minutes to complete the course.
That is plenty of time to get across there and get him in.
But Adrian took just an extra second or two to put those sheep back on course so he didn't lose another point. Smart play. Has these sheep travelling really well here, like lambs on a string.
And it shows people at home, they say sheep are stupid, but look how quickly you can actually break sheep in and educate sheep and have them very, very sensible if you treat them right.
That's the big thing. So we got just on a minute. Here's another prediction, Sally, that I think they'll go in.
And I can feel a fist pump coming here.
Yeah, well done.
That is
Congratulations,
beautiful.
well done.
He looks to the let out to say, cop that, boys. Thanks for the good ones.
And here comes that Pat.
Sue gets a good, well done,
Yeah.
girl.
Good dog. Bit of a rub there.
She might be in the cabin going back across Bass Strait on the way home.
Yeah. And I reckon she's got a T-bone for tonight.
Yep. That is going to put the pressure on the next 6 dogs to come. I'm not sure on his first score.
Got a score of 59, which out of cities 142 total, takes him up to 201.
Okay. So that's what we're looking for. 202s and up. Okay, stepped into the ring. Here's Gary White. With his dog. You can't see that quite.
Bindi. Homebred dog. White's Bindi. Goes in with the top score.
And Gary is a master at this.
So he's got an aggregate of 159.
Dog very responsive. Sheep have a bit of a look. And hopefully we'll walk directly towards Gary on the lift.
Not that way.
Not that way.
Oh, little, that's not ideal.
Someone must have dropped a Enduro Bicky on the ground, and she thought that was a good idea for a sample. I was going to say the sheep look relaxed, but they surprise you.
Yeah,
constantly.
The sheep here in the front, he's probably a little bit wool blind too. Not wool blind, but he's got a bit of cover on his face. So all their little things, that means that the dog, when he's right behind that sheep, that sheep won't actually be able to see him. So I think he got a bit startled. That's the sheep there in the middle there now. Just got a bit more skin on him, a bit more neck on him. So see, he has to turn his head more to see that dog. Like when that dog's right behind him, he actually can't see it, whereas the other two are a bit more open-faced. So these are all the little things that make a difference. If you ask Gary, he would probably not say he thinks about it, but after doing this for many, many years, those things just become subconscious to him. There's that sheep just bouncing around. He's just not that comfortable. Having a good look, going, oh, I can hear this bloke here whistling and chatting away.
Stamping his foot.
Yep. And often one sheep gets nervous and it goes through them. So that one being nervous has made the fellow who's on the right-hand side more nervous. Bit of patience required here.
Yes, just that little bit of pressure from the handler in front. A bit of pressure from behind. Those sheep are just a little bit startled.
I don't think he's got him in yet.
And we had one, not three. Oh, he's asking for
He's
confirmation.
asking the question.
Yeah.
And I think he got a no.
Yeah.
It's almost like there's just a magic force field where that line on the grass is, and they just, you're bringing them in pretty close to the handler there.
In the novice, once we had a grip on our sheep, we were allowed to move around in the delivery square, which enables you to take that little bit of extra pressure off your sheep. But I think we're going to go in now. There we go.
That's good.
Yeah, we've got all three in. and
Yeah.
he's on his walk. He's looked at his watch. Just under 11 minutes to go.
As I said earlier this morning, I think it was the same run, that same dog, that it doesn't really worry Gary how long he takes, because he seems to just get it done.
Whether he's got a second to go or half a second. As I said, he's a master at his craft.
And now it's really interesting, because now the sheep that wanted to take it all on, he's tucking along on the back there now, and he's quite comfortable.
Well, they've been treated kind, haven't they? So they're feeling a little bit more relaxed. Until we get close to the handle again.
Do you lose points if you ask the judge for confirmation about the quality of the sheep?
Of the quality of
Well,
the sheep.
you were saying that you thought that Gary was asking whether it was wool blind or a bit.
Oh, no, he was asking whether it was in the square or not.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So whether he'd delivered them. Yep. Yeah. So you do have the right as a handler, if you've delivered them and you see that there's a sheep that you think's not fit for it, you actually have the right to say to the judge, maybe one's got one eye or it's very wool blind. Or you do have the right to say, is that sheep?
And there's our
okay. And quite often the judge will say yes or no. And I would think if the sheep are here, the judge is probably going to say no.
They came out of there very quickly.
So he just had to wait there till those sheep got off the line. So he's got to walk a straight line from one gate to the other. And those sheep can't come backwards. So as that's not ideal flying out there. There's be a couple of points there. That's pretty much when you're in the yard, it's by yard dog rules. When you're outside, it's by 3 sheeping rules. There are probably a few little things that might be different how the judge sees it, but that's pretty much the basis of how it's all judged. We're talking this morning about, is there points allocated to yard or the outside work? No, you can lose all your points in the yard or all your points outside. It's not a terribly forgiving sport if it's going pear-shaped. He's done pretty nicely there.
Yeah, Benny did a good job there. Cleared that gate now. The judge has asked for that gate to be cleared. And here comes the judge to ensure all is as it should be in the force. The concentration required by the judge over 3 days is enormous. I don't think Jeff had many late nights.
But it is also the best seat in the house.
It is a good seat.
If you want to watch dogs and see what dogs are doing.
Okay, he has the nice up the front. The dog needs to come to help with the unload. He's done that successfully.
Nice little reverse going out. He reckoned there wasn't enough room to turn around, so I'll just back up all the way.
He's got to draft off his last 3 here. Looks like he's got a leader going forward. That's all good. And there's his last 3 drafter off to the side.
You know, every time the judge is sitting there, he's in that exact same position.
Yep. And that's the fairest way to get the same perspective. So there's things that he simply can't see because it's on the other side, and that's just the luck. Sometimes big trials, they'll have 2 judges, and that takes that out. A lot of the big yard trials have 2 judges, so one will be on the inside, one on the outside, so there is no escaping any little thing.
And as a competitor, you want that consistency in your judge.
I was going to say just his arm nice and relaxed on the corner there too.
Oh, yeah, the finger's not, though. Here we go. A bit of finesse here. Which way is he going to go? He's going to break him right out around. No. So there's an interesting that he just let him drift off out there a bit.
I think he might be chasing a little bit of time here. And so he was happy for his sheep to wander a little bit forward. So that hasn't been ideal for him. He's brought them back and he's taken them off course.
And travelled down the course a bit without them in the corridor. So there's points going out and then points travelling forward too, been out of the corridor. They all add up.
And Jeff doesn't miss any, does he?
No. And there's another couple. Or another one. They were almost shaping up. They looked like they were going to just sort of float through there a little bit, but
and straight through.
We've just got to get them back on course before he leaves. No, he's chosen to walk, so there'll be a few more points. So Gary's got the mindset that he needs the pen. Well, that's what I would think he'd be thinking.
But he's got a score to chase, hasn't he now?
Yep.
And that would be rattling around in his head as well. So he just left them behind a little bit there. And the sheep are just a little bit running.
Getting them back on course.
Just talking to his dog then he was. Remind the dog of time.
So I think he needs a 42 or better to take the lead.
If he gets this obstacle, I think he'd be on course for that.
So a 42 when you think the pen is worth 20. Yeah, he has spilled a few around the course. That's why it's very hard to judge unless you've got the counter.
And
there's another couple there.
That's not going to help.
3 points every time they go right around. Can he tuck that one in?
That would be nice if he could. That's okay.
Rolls them round. It's always a challenge. You roll it and turn the front one in, and then you've still got to have the back one. And you've got the back one round. And you went too hard.
You were talking before, Sally, about do you change your strategy? So I'd be now thinking, do I work the front of the obstacle to prevent those sheep from rolling all the way around? So tuck them and then back to the front, and something similar to what he just did there.
And he's obviously also, I think he just had a quick little look down there, a little look at the clock. 50 seconds. So he's probably, he got the pen out of his head. Now he's thinking, I just need this obstacle because that's another 8 points that don't get deducted.
And come on, tuck that one on the far right. And we've got
There
him.
we go.
We've got him. We've got him.
Let's see what his move is once he gets him through.
Someone tell them they can't eat yet.
Yeah.
So the dog's actually not allowed to through there to follow either. There's lots of little intricate rules. If you leave that spot before the sheep get out of it, it's actually a disqualification.
Now, Gary would be thinking now, I'm not going to make a pen, but I don't want to lose any more points.
Which isn't happening.
No, he's lost one there, maybe two. Yep, maybe two. Bad luck, Gary. Well done.
Well, we'll see what the score is. 20 off for the pen. So we've had two of the big scores out early. Next on course, Kevin Howell with Karana Nulla. He is another trialer, very, very experienced. 43.
So, as we are talking about saving points, saving a point has helped Gary out immensely.
He has taken the lead by a point.
A point.
Who would have thought that
well, we do.
4 days of dog trialing comes down to a point.
Okay, so stepping onto the course is Kevin Howell with a little dog called Nulla, Karana Nulla. Kevin is a legend, as is Gary, in this sport. And he's in love with this little dog at the moment. She's ticking all the boxes for him.
These two handlers have forgotten more about dog trialing than most of us are going to learn in 3 lifetimes. Look at that for a nice, just off he goes. Breaks out right from the start.
And with purpose.
Running right out, looking for his sheep. He's picked his sheep up way back here. He knew where they were.
And
nice little stop. Oh, he's probably just bumped a little bit too hard there, but that's... How old would Nulla be, Greg?
Well, you asked the wrong person, but I think less than 2.
Less than 2.
I think.
That is a young dog at this level. And some dogs might be its 3rd run for the weekend. Some dogs, as they get it, they go, well, I know what we've got to do now. So they start to lift up and get a bit more arrogant, I suppose. Other dogs start to soften because they go, I know what we've got to do. Every dog has a different attitude to work.
And handlers prefer dogs with either persuasion, don't they? They like some dogs tough. They like some dogs a bit more malleable, a bit softer.
Yep.
Yeah, we all have our preference.
So just a point to make about the handlers using words and whistles, and there is at no time is there any judge or judging on what the commands are. So you hear a lot of handlers saying stop or sit or whatever else, and you watch the dog. What we think means sit may not necessarily mean that. So you don't actually know what the handler's commands mean. There's lots of stuff, lots of communication going on between handler and dog, that they are the only two that know that.
And I think we also have to be mindful of, while we're giving commands to that dog is reading the sheep on its own accord. So not only is it taking commands from the handler, but also doing its own work. And I couldn't do that. Tony, could you?
No, I wish I could get staff that could do that. Take direction and have
I
responsibility.
might ask your wife if you could do that.
I know the answer. Straight up.
Yeah, my dear wife would say, yeah, she's got to something. Rough diamond. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe a bit of coal that needs to be pressed a bit more.
He's got them set up in front of the square there. Just got to get them across that little line there.
Yeah.
Bit of just
And
douche,
here we
douche,
are.
douche.
Yep.
That was a lovely bit of work.
Yeah.
Just blocked on one side, blocked on the other side. So that's actually the dog greeting the sheep. That's not Kevin commanding then. That's the dog going, I know what the job is here, boss. I'll fix that bit.
Yeah.
And now Kev's sort of taking the reins up a bit going, Nala. We're on tracking down here now.
Yeah.
We keep hearing from Kevin that he's thinking about retiring and he's getting too old for this, but he just keeps coming up.
So the gate was opened a little bit there on that corner, and that sheep took full opportunity to go straight through it.
He's recovered. Got to poke him around the corner. Nulla's just lifted a little bit. The little tail says that the excitement's just sort of got up a little bit. And see, Kevin can't actually see what's going on there. He's just...
They're looking, in they go.
That's a nice job.
Good job. And little Nala looks happy with herself. Look at her. She looks very happy.
Look at her go.
Did a good job, boss.
Yep. You get the gates open, Kev, and I'll sort them out.
Yeah.
Just over 10 minutes on the clock. If you can get a nice flow in this yard, it'll give him plenty of time to get back outside. Got some nice shape there if you can get the gate open. That gate is tricky. There's actually a double latch on that gate.
Yeah.
You think you've got it, and then your fingers start fumbling. Now he's got some shape again. Get one there, he's going out that side.
No.
So that's where the communication is, that Kev could see what was going on up the front, and Nulla's thinking about what was going on at the back. So he just needed to say, no, I can see what's happening at the front here, Nulla. You need to listen to me.
And you can see Nala there just observing her sheep and just doing what's required. Reading her sheep well.
Get up there and clear that gate. Little love bite there as she come through. That's probably not ideal.
She was just informing that sheep that that was her spot. Looking up towards Kev. Am I doing a good job?
Don't need to be asked twice, does she?
No.
Let's go. Oh,
Okay,
that was
yeah,
a
she's done good
beautiful
work.
bit of
She's
work.
done good work there.
A little bit of bark. I don't know if that was her barking or not, or another dog.
Might have been those corgis. No, it's another one, I think.
You're going to go home and invest in some corgis after seeing their work yesterday?
Oh, yes. Those that
No,
didn't
today
know,
we-
we had a couple of pugs on the ground
Pugs.
yesterday. They were extremely helpful when a handler's run wasn't probably going as
I was
desired.
impressed with your footwork.
Oh yeah, then we had to do a bit of mustering to get the other one off at a later stage. Plenty of spring left in the step after a few days of dog trialing.
So Kevin just has under 8 minutes. So he should be out there with about 7 minutes to go.
Oh, got a beautiful leader. It is Nala giving a little bark there.
It is. Just helping.
3 out the right side. That's good. Kev gets all his gates shut.
And the back one we need to, Kev. Has he got the back one?
No, he hasn't yet, but I'll back him that he'll go for it when he goes outside here. There we go.
There we go. Yep. Well done.
3 points, 3 valuable points if you forget to shut a gate. That's been the standard that's been set.
Now, Kevin is wearing a talking timer. He'd be totally aware of how many minutes he has left, and he doesn't look too worried yet.
Here's this little corner. It's just fraught with danger.
Yeah.
Bit of multi-skilling going. Work a dog, shut the gate, think about where my sheep are, and get ready to go.
And can we mention people's ages?
See no why. I think he should be proud of his age.
That's exactly right.
I hope all the dogs try him.
approaching 85, and to move around the course as well as he does and do everything else.
And judge.
And judge. I think he needs some sort of applause.
And it's the beautiful thing about this sport. No, he didn't get in the final, but in the top 15, we had an 85-year-old and a 23-year-old. That says...
That was me. And
23, no, we can multiply that by 3 and you're probably still not there.
I can remember 23, though.
Me, different story. He's just got them sheep on a string. Nala's just padding that bubble. That one turn round, come in to put a little bit of pressure on it. Plenty of time. He's got well over 4.5 minutes. And it's been tidy. This, if he can get a few here, this may ruffle a few feathers in the high ranks here. He has been known to come from behind before.
Okay, look, having a look, having a look, and then we go. Beautiful.
The side shift in that dog, just to drift out. Not actually put the pressure on, but just to say, just get in there. Wants him just back in that corridor. Yeah, there's the young dog bit coming in. Just Kevin just overriding the dog to say, hang on, you just need to listen to what's going on here.
She's just keen to get this happening, isn't she?
I think our first 2 dogs are starting to feel some pressure with this run.
Do you know what you'll need to break the 202? I'm thinking it might be in the 60s. And he's got 3.5, just under 3.5 minutes. Tony's just playing with his abacus.
Yes, he's actually going to need about an 80.
An 80, okay. So we definitely need a pen.
It might be an 81.
So he's going to need a pen. So okay, just got a little bit confused then.
He came out of the second round about 40 points behind the first 2 dogs. So he got plenty of room to catch up So this is about the only real spot he's starting to lose some points, but the rest has been very tidy. Plenty of time left yet. I'll back him, swing him around, put him through, and get on the march. We love a good prediction, don't we?
We do.
You've been such the
Unfortunately,
optimist.
mine weren't that great this weekend.
He did the right thing there. He just needed to stop that front sheep, but the other two didn't tack on with him. So as he stopped the front one, he bounced all the way back to the other two.
Yeah.
It's nice when your sheep really want to stick together.
It's also amazing the perspective you have looking onto this happening as opposed to being out there. From out here, we become very good at what should have happened. And all the people at home would be thinking similar things, that if only we
Here
put
we
the
go.
dog here or there.
Couch experts.
Yeah, but it's different when you're out there in the moment. Because this does give a different perspective.
And even there, I actually thought them sheep were inside that obstacle.
And I thought they were going to go through, but no.
So maybe I'll give up on predictions. Maybe I've jinxed him. So he's been around the obstacle 3 times,
And
Something like
lost
that.
ground
a few
by a good
times. Yep.
25 metres.
So he's probably looking at maybe 15 points or something like that he's probably lost on this one obstacle. Very hard to sit here and without concentrating on scoring to what it actually is, but
Yeah, those sheep know now they can run around that obstacle. So it becomes very difficult to put them through.
What would be your guys' next move?
hands in the air,
10
walk
seconds
off.
though.
Just conserve. Just which I think Kevin's probably at that now. His timer would be telling him.
Yeah, and his timer has just called it. Yeah, well done, Kev.
Well done, Kev.
Yeah, well done. And Nella. Do we have Denny up next?
Danny Kerr and Mingle.
Well, hasn't he performed exceptionally well this weekend?
He has been on fire. He is probably the handler with the most pens for the weekend, I would think. And if he hasn't,
And I was going to say, not only that, he has been yardsman for every second that he's not running a dog.
that is correct.
So, like, yeah, top late.
Kevin's just received a score of 39, which takes him to a total of 160.
So you were right. He needed an 80 plus.
Thank you. I don't think you've ever said that to me
That
before.
you were right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to confirm or deny that.
We love a bit of banter.
You do.
So Danny comes on in with a score of 138.
So 63.
63,
Yeah.
64, something like that. On Danny's form.
And he's more than capable. Oh. And is
He's
it
off.
Mingle? It is
He's
Mingle.
Mingle.
Yeah.
Look at that for a run out with purpose.
Look at that. Beautiful. Danny uses a whistle, all but exclusively.
So Danny spent many years in the Hunter Valley working on horse places. He's recently had a change in life and he's moved further south in the Wellington region there somewhere.
Prior to that move, he was in the Hawkesbury. and I heard that he was surely missed when he moved out, because not only does he help here, he helps with 3 sheep, and he helps his local community. So he was missed deeply.
Love how quick this little dog is on its feet. I love it that there's the Kelpies and the Collies are equally matched in this game, aren't they? There's no preference. Some sort of seem to be nicer outside, some inside, but it's fair game for anyone.
And Denny has been very successful at this game for a long time.
She's quick, just bumps one side, bumps the other side. Without seeing the corridor, so Jeff's standing straight square behind the handler, so he's got a perfect view up that ground, so we can have that 9-metre corridor. He's got them all into the delivery.
And he hasn't changed his position, so I'd say it was pretty well spot on.
I would think that there wouldn't be many. He's probably lost one there, dropping back.
Oh, he's actually changed to a voice now, a very gentle voice.
The last few runs these sheep have been very testing to heading around that corner, haven't they?
They have all weekend. They don't disappoint, do they?
That was a nice bit of work.
Mm-hmm. As you said, the dog is very quick on its feet and reading the stock the whole time.
It's interesting because she can come in and take ground off them and kept forward, but doesn't insult them so they want to blow too much.
Yeah.
She's got them tucked in behind the gate.
And quick
there.
Good job.
That's nice.
And we're looking now, good.
That was pretty tidy.
It was. And with 11 and a half minutes to go, it's excellent work.
A little bit, those sheep have just come back off there and back into this corner for maximum points. I would think that the judge would have liked them to stay up there where they are now. Don't really ever want those sheep coming backwards. Now he's looking for a bit of shape.
There we go. That sheep was going to take on Mingle, but decided better of it.
Little side shift to try and just cut that out. A few little breaks here. It's a few points. This is where it's all equal. It doesn't matter whether it's a yard, but there's been some points lost there. Even there, the dog just shifted back towards the front, just to put a bit of weight on them front couple of sheep. That was a magnificent bit of work there. Very little effort by the dog, but got the result that was needed.
This dog is very responsive to his commands.
So the dog went up for the second time, and I don't think he really wanted him to, and he was just like, "Will you stop there? Because it's going to cost me a point if he did it the second time." And it probably ended up costing him maybe a point or two anyway, because he actually didn't get those sheep out. He actually wasn't on the spot to actually get those sheep out. They just fell out on their own accord. Just trying to work him from the back here. Calls him up one side. I think he's got one half turned in the front there. No, he pushed him past him. Hopefully them sheep now see the one at the back. Just a few little goes at getting that start again.
He's got those three drafted up nicely to the side.
And just shy of 8 minutes, 7 minutes 40 outside. Plenty of time.
And on Denny's previous runs, he doesn't amble around the course. He moves with purpose.
I think he's one of the handlers doesn't wear a clock.
It's correct.
He just goes.
He just goes for it. So he never really knows, apart from his internal clock, telling him how much longer he has left out there. But he just marches around that course.
And those sheep are settled with that dog straight away. Just coming in, see what happens when he gets a little bit of pressure on them. Oh, that was just a bit tight. He didn't have much option. The yards just made that dog, like the lack of room there, which just bumped him a little bit.
But it wasn't a total bolt away, was it?
No. They sort of draw him back onto this little dog quite nicely. Look at that.
Yeah.
Got him just trotting along. I tell you what, having a little mouthful of grass every now and then.
Sort of holding our breath here, aren't we?
Yeah, and he just, these sheep have just, they haven't actually had any time to think about any corrupt thoughts. So they're just like, we'll just,
and no,
he just sort of bumped him along. He's got one there.
Have a good look. We just need to bump those ones on the left.
I actually think he might have just looked at a clock. Maybe he does have a clock on this time. Oh, he's gone. Oh, yeah.
And yep, we've got that.
Isn't it amazing? The skill there to push that sheep away from the gap to turn it around so then it could see the gap.
Okay, he's got him on course nicely there. So if he navigates this successfully here.
How much does he need?
I thought we said about 60 something, nearly 63 or so. Yeah, he'll have some worried competitors.
Went in a score of 138. So he's 202. He's the
60.
got him thinking.
Oh,
if
that's
you can
nice. That's
swing 'em
nice.
round
That's nice.
here. Look at that.
And that one's looking on there, right there.
Ships round, and hopefully you can beat them before they get round that other side. That was where they found the gap last time. So they're thinking, yeah, and he shut that gap off. Beautiful
And look
work.
at that, look at that, and beautiful work. Good job. He just knew when to put brakes on that dog, and the sheep did the rest. Okay, 3 minutes 40.
As we said, he likes to get it done.
He does. That's very impressive. These sheep look like they want to walk into that pen. Time for another prediction, Sally?
No.
Not one of yours. They're looking nice.
I think he wants some Kelpie Co gear. I think that's what he's thinking. The sponsorship of Kelpie Co is going to be very, very well received if he can get these in the pen.
Probably can't afford him.
Can't afford him. He's got some shape.
We've got 2.5.
A little bit of just.
What happened there?
A little bit of just indecision for the dog, and he just startled them a fraction. That's all it takes. A little bit of pressure, probably from the handler, pressure from the dog. Plenty of time left still. Even there, I think he put a command to go to what's our left, and the dog went, yeah, I'll go there, but it actually read the sheep to come back the other way.
It did.
Oh, he's just said a little steady there. Yeah, we can't see the perspective here is what's happening on the other side of the box or the pen. He just might have a head on the outside fence, just not sure. By the way, he's just getting him out, or he's just trying to tuck him in. He's turned him around.
Yes. I think they're going to walk in there now. It's looking good from this angle.
Just needs a little bit of a shove on that side.
And look at Danny's patience. He doesn't know. I don't know if he knows. Oh, you might be right. I think he's got a clock on. Yes.
Waste of time getting it, wasn't it?
Yeah. Someone must have.
Sally's getting nervous here in the box. She's getting a bit excited.
Yeah. Now that rewards.
Oh, and he's got one look at the dog.
No, good job.
That's it.
Good job. Well done. Well done.
Ah, beautiful. Pleasure to watch.
Yep. Very good. So once again, he's been very consistent. Another pen.
Yes. Yes.
What are we thinking for his score?
No, that's Jeff's.
By one.
Oh, that'd get Gary.
By one.
The Australian title is on the line here.
Score of 72.
Yes.
Which takes him to a total score of 210.
Well, that has set the pace.
Yeah. So after 3 rounds, these top handlers are within 9 points of each other.
Yes. Yep.
Wow. Here we have another good hander coming out. Dan Camilleri.
And Sting. Coming in with a score of 106. 106.
So he needs a 90. 103.
103.
103.
And I will say that will not change the way he performs. He will be still going for it. He knows the title's probably out of his grasp now, but he will be wanting to put on a show.
Yeah.
Professional dog trainer?
Yes.
That's what he does for a living, trains
Yeah.
all sorts of dogs. Got a very successful dog training business,
Shares a podcast with Laura McKillop.
which I think are proud sponsors of this Australian utility.
Australian Working Stock Dog
Yeah.
Magazine.
Sorry, the Australian Working Stock Dog Magazine is a proud sponsor, which Laura McKillop actually runs.
And he's also a great supporter of all forms of dog trials.
Yes.
And a great nursery judge.
Nina Taylor will say yes to that. Second in the nursery at her first utility trial. And very good on a camera, as we can see. Bit shaky now. Very, very calm here, Sting. Done a nice job. Got him just coming down the ground nicely.
Just praising his dog there.
Very interesting to watch Dan warming his dog up. He can actually put all the moves on without sheep, which I am very impressed with.
That was well done then too.
He's looking for an inch. Moves out within the square a foot maybe, just to try and open up that little space and see even the way he's carrying his body, just to try and become a bit smaller, open up some more room for those sheep to come in that square, and it might have paid dividend for him.
So that was very well done.
What does Dan need?
104. No. So what are we chasing? 109?
110.
110. He was 103.
6.
106. 105.
What's it out?
300. Oh.
So each run out of 80 or
Start with 100 points. The pen is worth 20. The race is worth 8, and the gap is worth 7. When I say it's worth it, if you don't get them, you lose those points. So the objective is to get them in the pen. It's worth 20. It's a huge bonus.
He's done that very well. That sheep is looking, the middle sheep is having a bit of a gander, as is the one on the left. This becomes a bit tricky now. Digging him out of that corner behind the gate and then blocking them from going around far corner.
And they don't realise that's even more, like they don't realise there's a gap there now. They've said, well, we've tried to get in there. So they look for other options. Oh, and when they don't stick together like that, it's even harder. Lucky that fella just tacked on. Here we go.
Okay.
Another go. He's just pushing a little bit. A little bit of patience might have been required, but it's very, very easy sitting up here to judge.
Oh, nice block.
We'll see what that does to that sheep's attitude. He might think not to put his head out again, or it may upset him. And he says, I'm out of here. Oh,
there
wow.
we go. Looking for somewhere to go.
He looked for somewhere to go. Goes to get his 15 sheep out. Puts them back together. Yeah, so he just lost a little bit of ground there. He's had plenty of opportunity to hold them sheep up there. If they drop back onto that where the enduro work hard, play hard sign is, you've lost ground. A few more there breaking out that side. You got to play the full game here. I think Sting's only a young dog too.
I couldn't tell you. Sting has a different idea to Dan. He's thinking that sheep at the back was going to break.
Which it did.
And it did.
Another one.
Oh. So as a handler, we don't want to see that happen. Not for the welfare of the sheep and also our point telling. So that wasn't as clean as his initial paddock section. Okay, he's got to look
Got to feed up there. One back there. Tack him on.
He's got his marching boots on now. He must think he's running out of time. We're running short of time.
Probably hasn't done that quite as clean as he could too. Like to see a dog just get up there in one sweet movement. He's dropped back behind them couple of sheep.
You know, we ask a lot of our dogs, don't we?
We do. And they ask us just to be open and shut gates, and we can't even get that right, some of us.
Yeah.
It is a team event. Just looking for a leader up here. Got all bums in the gate, so he's pushed him back and then got him up now. .6 minutes on the clock. I was having a discussion with Dan about how much time he was talking about how much time he thought he needed, and he was thinking 7 or 8 minutes. So we'll see how quickly he pushes this around, thinking that he's got to get going, or whether he goes conservative. So we think it's all about the dog. So Dan's just realised that he's given the wrong command. Apologised to his dog.
Do you guys apologise to your dogs? Silence is deafening.
We wouldn't do anything wrong.
Once again, silence. You realise the mistakes you make at the end of the trial, yeah.
Yeah.
The mistakes you've made. Yeah.
And I know Dan's one. He'll go back and he'll watch this again. He'll replay it. He asked me the other day. He said, "Do you help use live feeds as a training a training tool?" And my response was certainly no. Maybe I should. Nina's going back to watch hers.
An equivalent training tool is the 7 hours in the car on the way home. A lot of reflection.
And there's also, it's not always just how well you work. There is an element of luck, but it is also funny that the good handlers just seem to get lucky lots. You can occasionally just get a bad sheep, but the top handlers seem to sort them out.
And they seem to make those bad ones good, don't they?
They do. But we are working with animals, and they are making decisions. There we are.
Well done.
That was a nice little move there too. He's got them back on track.
Yeah. They look relaxed, don't they, those three sheep? Let's hope he keeps them that way.
It seems to be, if you can get them up this end of the course nice and settled like that, often there's been a bit of bumping and it's really hard to catch them before they get past that obstacle. We see if you can just give them a little soft nudge here and then catch before they get there. So that was nice.
And they are lined up.
Got him in there.
To go straight through.
He's put them around there. A little bit of pressure that side. A little bit of pressure this side.
There's another prediction coming.
That's as good as we've seen.
Yeah.
That was
beautiful.
That was beautiful work.
But it started 5 minutes back.
Yes. Yep. To get them up that end of the course without them having a trot on or a run on. Be mindful that obstacle is heading straight home. So they're thinking, oh yeah, I'm going home. So that's why they're quite happy to drift down on either side.
But Dan hasn't upset these sheep yet, has he? On the outside here.
No.
He's kept them, kept their heads in the right headspace.
He was thinking he needed 6 or 7 minutes. I think he's put them around there to there. We're in about 4 minutes so far.
Yeah.
So.
And just over 2 minutes to go. He has plenty of time. And he's just keeping them within the 9 meters all the way along that corridor, except for now. But well done. He's ready to pin them.
It's funny, that little bit of just where he just took the foot off the accelerator, he just lost that shape he had. He's got the shape back again now. Just waiting to see which way. They must be just on this side. Bumps the other side. Little shake of the shoulders by Dan there. That's probably him just telling himself, just relax, I've got plenty of time.
Okay, counting down from a minute now. He's going to back him in.
Rolled around.
Look at that.
There's a bit of trust in those sheep. I've just said, well, you put us into the other ones nicely. Got him across the line.
Beautiful.
They've got to be across the line of that gate before he goes to shut his gate. Just reversed his dog off a little bit.
Well done,
and
Dan.
Another pen.
Well done.
Good work.
Now let's see if Sting gets a pat.
Even better, he gets to rest.
He gets to work more. How good's that? And that is better than any pat for a working dog. That ability just to work my stock.
Got a score of 60
166.
Well done, Dan. Who is our next competitor?
The Gary White and Albert goes in a score of 127. What's that, an 80?
What was the score?
127. And he's got to beat, what, 210?
Yeah. There's the Pat. Good dog.
So he needs a 73 or better. Is my maths right on that?
No, 40, 60, 70. Yep.
It's pretty good for a Sunday afternoon. Gary's set, ready to go. Two dogs left in this Australian Utility Championship.
And Gary won't be worried about what he's going to achieve here. He'll be worried about or concerned that we have an excellent cast and then lift and then draw to him, because that's where a good score starts.
Nice to the point of control. Didn't quite. It's not about getting to balance. Right square to the head of those sheep. So the next move, he wants those sheep to bend this way. Little flick of the ear of that sheep saying, where would you like us to go? There's a few points there to start with.
Gary should be feeling a little bit more relaxed. He's managed to stop that sheep from breaking away too far.
That was obviously someone not watching the live stream.
It is. It's always a nice feeling once your dog grips up and actually has control and holds those sheep, which he hasn't quite got them yet. Every time those sheep go 9 metres to the left or right, that's points. They should be coming straight down the ground to him. So from there now they should come straight down towards him. Great footage with the dogs tied up in the background. I think that might be the Tasmanian team out the back. All the dogs will be having a party after taking home the interstate challenge last night.
They're all just sitting there off leash, aren't they? Just quietly.
No, they are tied up. They're just coming back across the ground a bit now. So interesting point, just while we'll talk about those dogs being tied up out the back while Gary brings them down the ground here. The majority of work dogs, if they're not at work, they're either in cages or under supervised runs or tied up. The reason being they have enough work in them that they love to work anything. So they start to learn bad habits if they're left free to go and start working cars or working chooks or pulling clothes off the line, which wives tend to not like. So they're better off to be restrained. We know where they are. We know they're safe. They're not getting run over. They're not getting into mischief. A lot of people say, why do we keep them tied up when they're not at work? Well, that's for their own safety. Very, very valuable dogs these days. And the value of what's paid for is nowhere near the value they are to the individual owner. That's only
Correct,
what only the dogs that sell. There's dogs that just are never ever going to be for sale.
Well, they become your mate, don't they?
Yes. A lot of people here working dogs every day. You've got dogs on the tools 8 to 10 hours a day, every day. They're at work. So they spend a lot of time with their dogs. Very good for mental health in the bush. We have our mates with us. Little pat here and there. Little lick of the lips.
And just that little nudge in your lap. Yep. It's all part of it. Just like to pick you up on something there, Tony. When those dogs are pulling the clothes off the line that the wife has put there. In my case, Tony, I do the washing. Yeah.
And as does my husband.
Does you really?
Yes.
Well,
that's why I'm here.
It's
and
the
he's
new
at
world.
home.
I should just say the clothes on the line.
It is a new
Well, you
world.
know, he's
It is
from
a new
New
world.
England. You know.
I know. It is a new world, though.
I do know what a washing machine is. There's this corner.
Yes, they occupy that women's space, don't they?
He's
No,
the dog
was that
trolling.
the
The dog trolling is going very well here, Greg. Gary's just having a little
This is
a
this
little
banter
drama
we
getting-
refer to.
Yes,
If you can't have a laugh,
this
then
can
you
be replayed.
Yeah.
Will be held accountable later.
Well, you know.
Lucky you're good at commentary.
That's questionable too.
Mm-hmm.
This is under duress that we are here. No, anything to support. That's the one thing about the dog trolling crew. Everyone is here to help out, support. It's a big family.
Well, as I mentioned before, you know, with Danny Kerr in the yards all for the last 3-4 days.
Yep.
Yeah, and all those yardsmen down the back there. Yeah, Angie and Gary in the office. Dave runs sheep in and out.
Yep.
It's a big effort from everyone.
And the next trial we go to, the same thing happens.
Yeah.
Just happens all over. I just don't want to see this little gap here. He's doing a wonderful bit of work. Just a little bump and then catch, bump, then catch, bump, then catch. He's going to think about it, that fella.
Or he's just
No.
ensuring that the sponsors get enough
Yeah,
coverage.
yeah. Tony
Yes.
Walsh Sheep Scanning. They sponsored the novice. Mullingadgery Merino Stud. They are their sheep.
Yeah.
Carter Livestock Transport. And of course, Enduro. Massive sponsors.
And we're very fortunate to have the owner with us this weekend. Is he the rep?
I think he's the rep.
He's the rep. Yeah. Lovely man.
Yes.
Yeah. Matt has
Matt.
been with us all weekend. Yeah.
Yep. And Kelpie Co.
And who are they going?
Can't forget Kelpie Co. Kelpie Co here is running the live stream for us. And I believe you have provided plenty of other sponsorship on other fronts.
Just my humour,
Your humour,
my presence, my dog entertainment.
Well, it's
clothing
very
line,
much appreciated.
collars, coffee machine.
Yep.
It's just wonderful, the live streaming though. Going around the world.
And allowing more people to appreciate what our dogs can do.
Yes.
Because we do have a bit of a divide from the city to the bush. So it is nice if we can bring that a little bit closer.
I was thinking the same thing, and I thought you may have disagreed, being on the other side of the Ironstone curtain.
Sometimes I think they don't know what's on the other side of that curtain.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, we saw nothing better no better demonstration of that than the Barnaby incident a couple of weeks ago.
Correct. Correct. Now, I could only encourage my fellow city people to get out and have a look at this great country.
It is a beautiful, beautiful country.
Yeah.
And you've got to look at the footage behind us here. Ning's having a very, very good season. Green grass, good, fat, healthy sheep.
Flat country, but where I look to the south, I can see a wall of dirt to keep the river out when it floods. That levee bank. That levee bank. And you know, if I'm looking at that levee bank, it's 4 meters high, 5 meters high.
Yes.
So you wonder how in this great country, being so flat out here, it could flood to a point where near the levee bank that's 5 meters high.
And I think Gary said it's been inches from the top.
Yeah. So that's why they all need to get out and have a look.
We do live in the land of droughts and flooding rains. Gary's just going about his business here.
He's just looked at his watch. He's thinking to himself, I don't have a whole lot of time left.
It's going to be interesting. Gary is the master of just getting it done. 4 minutes 30 on the clock. Got a draft to do. 3 obstacles outside. Got the draft happening. 3 out the other side.
He tidies up all his gates.
Is 3 minutes 40 enough time to get a 80 something score?
Well, he's in the lead. Is he?
No, Danny's in the lead.
83 we think we need it. So 83, he needs the pen.
And at this trial, he has penned on two or three occasions with half a second or second to spare.
If anyone can do it, Gary can.
I would think so.
We're not going to load him up on too much pressure.
No.
He's looked at his clock, 3 minutes to go. Get on the march. So it is a challenge also. 83, so not only has he got the pen for 20 points, but he's got to keep the points there.
Okay.
Just trying to work them sheep there. It's always fraught with danger. Your dog running through the obstacle behind the sheep just runs the risk of that dog crossing.
He doesn't want to be losing those points.
No, he's been carted up the ground. I think Gary's demeanour says he's dropped the head a little bit. And he's thinking, well, not my turn this year. Beautiful scenes out here. Levy Bank in the background. The Bogan River.
And the banter coming from the yards. I can hear lots of laughter. I guarantee Danny's down there just thinking quietly.
He will be hoping.
Yeah.
Picking the
I
sheep,
think
isn't
Well, no.
I think he may. The last score is 112, not to preempt.
So it's a 99.
Can be done.
It can be. Well
There's
done.
time.
Well done,
Well
Gary.
done, Gary.
Well done.
It was Gary White and White's Albert. One more run to go.
It's Danny. No, it's Daniel. isn't it?
Daniel Camilleri with Eveready J. Just see him going into the yard there below us. Little spring in his step. He's keen to get on with it. Comes in with a first and second round score of 112.
Gary got a score of 35 with Albert, which gives him a total of 162.
162 total score.
He's looking relaxed, having a chat to the judge.
Sets his dog up. He'd know what the score is. Danny Kerr helped me put sheep away. Yeah, I reckon he'd know what the scores are too.
Mm-hmm.
His trials pulled competitors from all over the country. Queenslanders, New South Welshmen, Victorians. Unfortunately, we didn't get a South Australian. He was on his way. And no one from Western Australia. It's a long way to come from over there. And Tasmania.
But it is a great concept that Gary has going.
Magnificent. Nothing like playing against the best. It's nice to go to a trial here and there, but I would say that most trialers love to play against the top handlers.
Yep.
And that's what this is. This is the top game here.
Well, if you want to win amongst the best, don't you? So Gary, Angie and Dave and their committee have done a fantastic job organising this.
And there's plenty of work before and after. It's not all just about the weekend.
There's pack up yet.
There's line-up sponsors. There's providing the beer, since we're talking about pack up.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes. And sponsors. Speaking of sponsors, some very generous sponsors.
Yes. And the commitment to the trialers to support it. You know, trialers have taken time off work. Ningin's not exactly close to anywhere. Or central to everywhere.
Where's your Liffey?
Central to everywhere.
Mm-hmm. It's very close for Dave.
And beautiful facilities in Ningin. We've managed to taste the delights of the clubs and pubs while we've been here. Dan's just got these sheep settled nicely up here.
Just looking at Dan at the casting peg there, he looks very relaxed. Just asking Jay to step up on his sheep, get something happening.
And there's a perfect example. He asked that dog to left, which is
Left.
over to its left, and the sheep broke back the other way. So the sheep went, I'm going to override that command, boss, because the things have changed between when Dan thought that command to when the actual action had to happen.
And that happens so often, doesn't it?
It's a team event.
The command leaves your mouth,
And
but
that's
something else has
it's
happened.
inside.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Big thanks again to Jeff McDougall from Hay. He's been out here judging. Barrick Parker, he judged the novice for us. 3 days of judging for Barrick. And Dan Camilleri for doing the nursery. And Kevin Howell for the Interstate Challenge. So there's more volunteers. They don't expect anything for their time. And you've got to be mindful that while they're out there judging, they're not running dogs often. So they can't go, Jeff, I'm sure he'd love to have a crack at this open. But
So it is a sacrifice, isn't it?
it is.
that they're
It
making?
is.
Yep.
Yep. He did run a dog in the novice. I'm pretty sure he was fairly highly placed in the novice. Not sure.
Was second
Where
or
he
third,
came.
maybe?
Yep.
So time's ticking away here. So you would like this to happen, I would think now, for those sheep to be delivered.
Been fantastic sheep. Mullingadgery Merino stud. Very, very grateful for their support.
And we are fortunate, aren't we, that we have such well-presented sheep, donated for this trial.
Yes. Yep.
Trucked in, trucked out.
I know he's got them delivered. Looks at the clock. And puts the power walk on. Let's go, he says. Just over 10 minutes left.
Right. Get in. Jay, get in. Come in. Jay, get in. Left. Right out. Out. Right out. Right out.
There's that wonderful corner again.
Right. 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 Here, Jay, get in. Left. Jay, get in. Right. Right. In there. Jay, get in there. In there. Left. Left. Here, Jay. Get in there. Get Jay. Get
Just
in.
noticing on the Mullingadgery sign there, the pole number 9. That tells me, being a merino breeder, they were one of the early adopters of the pole merinos. That's their stud number, so they must have been in this game for a long time.
Do you know of the earliest stud?
No.
But founded in 1923, over 100 years.
It's a long time.
It's a long time to have commitment to a breed.
Same family?
I don't know. Don't know. We love our sheep. They've been keeping me in a livelihood since I was about 12 or 13 years old, working in the sheds as a boy. Father was a wool classer. So very grateful for the merino sheep and the merino industry. We hear a lot of negative about the sheep industry, but the money that it generates for the rural Australia is enormous. And these dogs aren't just sheep dogs often. A lot of producers run cattle as well. I've seen working dogs used in lots of different enterprises. I've seen a chook breeder using working dogs to get his chooks in at night. Free range piggeries are often using dogs, work their pigs. Goats, sheep, cattle. Just asking Jay to come up, keep them front ones going there. It's a good spot there.
Mm.
Very versatile working dogs.
And then a lot of people just have them as pets and then make a great pet as well.
Very, very good tracking dogs. Scandinavia uses a lot of Kelpies, search and rescue. They're one of the few dogs that has he's a very intelligent dog, but also very tough and huge endurance.
Dan actually teaches scent training.
Yep.
Yeah, I think for koalas as well, to track koalas. Yeah.
Just got a little blockage in the draft there.
He's done that well.
Got him out.
That's good. And he's got his last 3. And Jeff in that familiar pose. Yeah, just on 6 minutes for the outside. He made up a bit of time in the yard.
He did, yes. We'll just cut in a little
Yeah,
bit.
a little bit tight.
Right out. Steve, get off.
They weren't going to get away from him.
Jay, get off. Right. Right out. 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 Come right. Jay, come right. Steve, off.
But in doing so, he's just upset those.
Hasn't he?
sheep.
Yeah, and those
Yeah.
sheep are thinking, where's my mates? They're back in the yard here. So now he's got to get them off that fence,
Yeah.
and around that
And they're
corner,
not content just to sit, are they?
and having a wedge dog in there between them. It's bumped him a bit.
He's just a bit closer going now.
Jay, left out. Left out.
Got him back on track.
You know, regardless where these competitors land in this field, they all would be pretty chuffed to make the Australian final for 2026.
It's just an awesome event.
Mm.
Love coming out here, the hospitality, the banter, like people, like minds, just enjoying each other's company. As I was saying earlier, I don't think we really compete against each other. It's competing against the sheep.
That's about right. Because when you see your fellow competitors out there, you always wish them well, don't you?
You do. You
Yeah.
do. And
So
you,
you should say good luck against the sheep.
Do as you're told, sheep. Yeah. But as competitors walk onto the ring, fellow competitors will wish them luck on the way out.
and it is so genuine.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna
Just got him tucked in
just-
there. He just needed to give a half a step, didn't he?
just went a bit too far anti-clockwise.
He's actually got enough time up his sleeve
He
here.
does.
He may not be able to get the trophy, but there still are spots on the line. There's also points for handler of the year, utility handler of the year, dog of the year, bitch of the year. All these positions all add up to helping that. Which way's he go?
Yeah.
Just a bit unsettled now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Gonna bring him right around again.
And of course, every time you try to settle your sheep to rework that obstacle, time is ticking down.
Yep. And points.
Yeah.
He's got them back there, and then they step across. Oh, they haven't stepped across the line this time. He's got them set up. Oh, a little shake of the head to the dog. That was actually enough just to upset. It's the little things, isn't it?
And of course, dogs just like us, when we get tired, we lose that little bit of focus, a little bit of concentration. And I think that's what we saw there. Just there too.
Yep, Jay just pulled up and asked the question, how much longer?
And there's Dan comforting the dog again.
It's not the most comfortable feeling.
When you have just over 30 seconds left and things aren't working the way you would like it, you're correct. It's not a great feeling.
But that's why we come back to fix it.
You do. They're just not happy to even just walk, are they? They just want that bit of a trot.
Yep, move them an inch and they go 10, 15 metres.
That'll be close to time. Yep.
Well done, Daniel.
Well done, Dan.
We will wait for a score. And that is a wrap once we get a score. Yeah, he shows you how much help happens here. Dan hasn't even got off the ground. He started packing up the let-out ribbon.
How good is that? If we amble slowly.
Just received a score of 27, which leaves him a total of 139.
Score of 27.
We'd like to congratulate our 2026 Australian Utility Champions, Danny Kerr and Ingle.
Well done.
Second was Gary White and Bindi. Third was Adrian Carpenter and Sue. Fourth was Ben Camilleri with Sting. Fifth was, Gary White with Albert. Sixth was Kevin Howe, and seventh was Dan Camilleri.
Congratulations to all those place getters and Mr. Kerr. Well done.
The man of the moment. Well done. And
Thank you.
yeah, I was just going to say, well deserved, because he had a great weekend. Very consistent performances on all 3 rounds. So well done, Dick. Yeah, well done.
Thanks to the team here in the box, live streaming. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Till next year.
Until next year, we'll see you again.
Okay.